It was 2016, and I was 34 when I took a job watching over a small cemetery out in northwestern Pennsylvania. It wasn't the kind of job anyone really aimed for, but after my divorce and getting laid off from a warehouse job, I needed something that paid, even if it was part-time and odd. A friend of a friend told me about it. The township was looking for someone to take care of basic upkeep at the site. A little cemetery tucked in the woods outside a forgotten stretch of Route 6. The official name was Ashbrook Cemetery, though no one really called it that anymore. They gave me a rundown, paid in cash. Twice a week I was expected to mow the grass, clear branches, and clean off old headstones if moss or mold got bad. But the weird part, and this is where I should have asked more questions, was the night watch. Once every 2 weeks, I was supposed to spend the night in a cabin on the property. No one really explained why. They just said it was part of the gig. I assumed it was mostly to deter vandals, teenagers doing dumb stuff, maybe kids daring each other to sneak into a graveyard. I figured I'd bring a book and a thermos of coffee, sit in the little cabin with a space heater, and ride out the night. The cabin was a squat, windowless rectangle with one door and a padlock on the outside. It sat maybe 50 yards from the oldest part of the cemetery, closer to a thinning line of trees than the graves. It looked like something used for storing tools once, or maybe a caretaker's rest shack. It had a metal roof, a bare concrete floor, one table, and a plastic chair. There was no power, but I was given a flashlight and a lantern. They told me I could bring my own battery radio if I wanted. The first 2 overnights were dull. I sat in the chair for a few hours, walked the cemetery paths at midnight, and nodded off until dawn. It got cold, but not unbearable. I'd sleep in my coat, wake up stiff, and drive home feeling like I'd wasted 8 hours. But the third night changed everything. It was late November. A cold front had come through, and there was already frost layering the tall grass. I arrived just after 5 p.m., earlier than usual, because I wanted to stack a few logs around the cabin door to block out the wind. There were no lights along the road, and the path leading into the woods had turned soft and muddy from the recent rain. My boots made sucking noises as I walked the last stretch. I parked by the old fence. My breath came out in clouds, and I could feel the tight sting of cold in my nose. I unlocked the padlock, pushed the heavy wooden door open, and ducked inside. It was already near dark. The silence out there was the first thing I noticed. In town, there's always a hum, cars, TV, people walking around. But in the graveyard woods, once you shut the door behind you, all you could hear was the wind against the trees. No birds, no bugs, just the dry scrape of branches shifting somewhere nearby. I lit the lantern and set it on the floor near the corner. The shadows it cast stretched long and jittery across the cabin walls. I took off my gloves and rubbed my hands together, trying to warm them. Then I sat down on the plastic chair and unzipped my bag. I had a sandwich, a flask of hot coffee, and an old book about logging accidents in the Appalachian region. I liked weird nonfiction like that. For the first couple hours, it was the usual routine. I'd read for a bit, sip coffee, and get up every now and then to stretch my legs. Around 10:30, I stepped outside to take a piss. The sky was clear, and the stars looked sharp enough to cut yourself on. I stood there a long while, listening to the wind. The trees rustled faintly, like whispers far off. I turned my head toward the cemetery. Even in the dark, you could see the taller gravestones, the ones shaped like crosses or angels. The frost made them glint under the moonlight. Some of the headstones dated back to the 1800s. A lot of them were cracked or leaning. Many didn't have legible names anymore. There was a certain beauty to it, peaceful in a strange way. But that night, something about it didn't feel peaceful. There was a stillness in the air that didn't sit right. Not the quiet kind that lets you rest, but the type that makes you listen harder. I zipped up, stepped back inside the cabin, and shut the door tighter than before. Sometime around midnight, I heard a thump. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, like someone had dropped something heavy on the ground just outside the cabin. I froze. I set my book down and waited. The wind outside had died off. Everything felt hushed again, too quiet. Then another thump, this one closer. I stood up and clicked on the flashlight, aiming it at the door. I held my breath. The lantern flickered in the corner. For a second, I told myself it was probably a deer or a falling branch. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded deliberate, heavy, like someone placing their boots on the ground outside and leaning against the wall. I waited maybe a full minute. Then I heard something else. Rustling, this time, near the far side of the cabin. Then the faintest crunch of grass. I wasn't carrying a gun. I had a small knife in my coat pocket, but nothing I'd want to rely on if someone actually meant harm. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to see whatever or whoever it was. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. Then it stopped. No more footsteps.
No tumpín, no rustling.
I kept the flashlight aimed at the door for a long while before slowly sitting down again. I didn't sleep. I didn't even blink much. I stayed like that until the faint gray light of morning started leaking under the door crack. I left before sunrise. That day, I called the guy who had hired me and told him there might have been someone out there, maybe checking out the place. He sounded half interested. Said sometimes hunters came through the area and didn't realize it was private property. Told me to carry pepper spray next time or even a bear horn. 2 weeks later, I went back for another overnight. This time I brought a steel crowbar and a camping hatchet. I wasn't messing around. The night started off normal, same as before. I parked the truck, walked the same muddy path, unlocked the cabin, and set myself up for the night. But I didn't sit down this time. I stood most of the night, pacing the inside of the cabin and peeking out the door every 30 minutes. Nothing happened until close to 3 a.m. I heard something again. It started with a distant crack, like someone stepping on a stick. Then came a dragging sound. It was slow and steady, like someone pulling something heavy through the frost-covered grass. I turned off the lantern and listened. My breath caught in my throat. The dragging sound stopped. Then came 3 taps against the side of the cabin. Not loud, not hard, just enough to be heard. I held the crowbar in my hand and crept toward the door. I didn't open it. I didn't speak. I just stood there, with my heart pounding in my chest so hard it made me feel sick. Whoever was out there didn't move. Not at first. Then, after what felt like hours, I heard footsteps retreating into the cemetery. Slow, deliberate steps.
No rush.
Just walking back into the cold, frosty dark. I didn't move until the sun came up. That morning, I checked the grass outside the cabin. There were scuffed marks in the frost, lines that didn't look like animal trails. They looked like something had been dragged in a straight line. And there were boot prints, not work boots like mine, thinner, older looking with worn treads. They led into the older section of the cemetery. I followed them for a while, heart still racing. The prints stopped at a crumbled headstone half covered in moss. I bent down, brushed off the name, but couldn't make it out. It was too worn. The stone leaned to one side like it was trying to fall backward into the woods. Then I saw something behind it. Tarp, folded and half frozen to the ground, like it had been there a while. I lifted a corner. Underneath were bones. Animal, I think. At least some of them were, but a few looked long, too long, like they could have belonged to someone's arm or leg. I stood up and backed away. I didn't take anything. I didn't touch anything else. I just went back to the cabin, locked it up, and drove home. I quit the next day. I didn't explain why. I didn't need to. I didn't want anyone asking me questions or trying to get me to go back. I just said I found another job and thanked them for the opportunity. But I couldn't stop thinking about that tarp, about the dragging sounds, the boots, the taps on the cabin wall. I did some digging online later, found out that in the early 1980s, a guy had gone missing in those woods. He'd been squatting in an old hunting shack near the cemetery and was last seen by hikers. His name was Everett Dalton. No one ever found him, but there were rumors. Some people said he'd been seen sleeping on graves. Others claimed he'd gone crazy and buried himself in a hand-dug hole somewhere out there. But what stuck with me wasn't Everett. It was the question that kept circling in my head every time I tried to sleep after that night. What if he never left? What if someone else moved into that shack after he disappeared? What if the cabin wasn't meant to scare off kids or animals, but to keep people like me inside and keep someone else out? I don't go near cemeteries anymore. I don't sleep in cabins. And I don't listen to silence the same way I used to. It was 2017, and I was 32 at the time. I had just gone through a rough patch. My father had passed away that spring, and the grief didn't hit all at once. It was the kind that crept up on me at night, quiet but heavy. I worked in digital marketing back then, mostly sitting in front of a screen all day. Between that and the stress of dealing with family affairs, I needed space. I needed quiet. Something away from the noise of Brighton where I lived. A friend from uni told me about a place up north in Cumbria. His uncle owned a small off-grid cabin near a village called Wetton, close to the Peak District. It wasn't on Google Maps. You could barely find it unless someone walked you there. He said it was perfect for a few days alone, just to sit in the woods, no signal, no work, no one bothering me. He called it a digital detox. I thought it sounded about right. I packed up my old diesel Peugeot, threw in some basic supplies, a couple of books, instant coffee, my boots, and a torch. I drove up on a Thursday morning in late October. The sky was gray most of the way, drizzling on and off. Trees were already losing their leaves. It was that time of year where everything feels like it's fading into something colder and quieter. I reached the village by late afternoon. My friend's uncle had left a key in a shed behind his own house, wrapped in a rag and placed under a spade. I took it and followed the directions scrawled on a scrap of paper. Cross the stone bridge, follow the trail for 2 miles, look for the ash tree that splits at the root. From there, a small path led deeper into the woods. I parked the car where the road ended and walked in. It was quiet, not silent, but thick with the sort of sound that fills your ears with more absence than noise. I remember hearing birds wind through bare branches, the crackle of dry leaves under my boots. The trail narrowed after a while, becoming more of a deer path, and just as I started to wonder if I'd taken a wrong turn, I saw the ash tree. Its roots curled around each other like twisted fingers, and behind it was a cabin, half hidden by overgrowth and brambles. It wasn't large, just a single-story wooden building, weathered and dark from years of rain and moss. The windows were old but intact. There was a small porch, an axe resting on a stump by the side, and a rusted wheelbarrow leaned against the wall. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air inside was cold and dry. Dust floated in the dim light. There was a cast iron stove in the corner, a small kitchen with an old kettle, some mismatched mugs, and 2 chairs by a window that looked out into the trees. No electricity, just a few candles, a lantern, and some firewood stacked by the stove. I set my bag down and lit a match. That first night was uneventful. I lit a fire, boiled some water, ate cold pasta from a tub, and read until my eyes ached. I slept on a stiff mattress under heavy wool blankets. It was hard to tell how late it was because of the thick canopy and the lack of light. But I remember waking up sometime in the early hours. There was no reason for it.
No noise.
Just a feeling like something had changed in the air. I stayed still for a while, heart thudding a little, listening for anything. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The second day, I woke up to a layer of frost on the windows. I stepped outside and the cold bit into me fast. I took a long walk through the woods, carrying a flask of coffee and a small knife just in case. I found a stream, some deer tracks, and what looked like an old wire fence mostly swallowed by the earth. I didn't see a soul. That night, I cooked some soup and sat on the porch with a blanket. The sky was heavy with clouds again, stars faint behind them. It was the third night that everything changed. I remember it clearly. I had gone to bed earlier than usual. I'd run out of reading material and didn't have anything else to keep me up. The fire had burned down low. I wrapped myself in the blankets and closed my eyes. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't subtle. It wasn't just a shift in the air. I heard something, footsteps, outside, slow, deliberate crunches on dead leaves. I lay there, eyes wide open, heart kicking in my chest. At first, I thought maybe it was a fox, maybe even a deer, but the steps were too slow, too careful, and then they stopped, right outside the wall behind my head. I didn't move. I held my breath. Minutes passed. Then I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of someone walking around the cabin. Not running, not wandering, walking in a slow circle. I sat up, moved to the window as quietly as I could, and pulled back the curtain just an inch. It was dark. My breath fogged the glass. I strained to see through the trees, through the thick black shapes and shadows. Then I saw it. A woman, just standing there. She was facing the side of the cabin, not even looking in. She wasn't close, maybe 10 meters away, but she wasn't doing anything. She wasn't holding anything. She wasn't walking. She just stood there like she was waiting for something. She was wearing something pale. Not white, but a faded, thin coat. Her hair was gray or light brown, matted or maybe just unwashed. Her arms hung at her sides.
No torch. No bag.
No dog. I watched her for a long time. I don't know how long, but I didn't blink much. Eventually, she turned and walked off into the woods. Not fast, not like she was scared, like she knew where she was going. I stayed by the window the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I found the prints in the frost. Small, thin shoes, too small for a man. They went all the way around the cabin and then disappeared into the brush. I should have left right then. I should have packed up and walked back to the car. But something in me said no, that maybe it was just a local woman who got turned around. Maybe she'd been out walking, confused, maybe even sleepwalking. It didn't make sense, but I told myself that. The day passed slowly. I kept listening. Every gust of wind made me jump. Every bird call sounded too sharp. I stayed inside mostly, axe beside me, stove burning. That night, I didn't go to bed. I kept the lantern on and sat by the window with a blanket. The woods felt wrong. The quiet had changed. There were no animal sounds.
No rustling.
Just silence. Then, maybe around 1 a.m., I saw her again. She was standing even closer this time, just off the trail, facing the cabin again, head slightly tilted like she was listening, still not moving. I didn't turn on any light. I didn't go outside. I just watched. At one point, I thought she started to smile. Not a big smile, just a little twitch in her cheek, like something amused her. Then, slowly, she turned and disappeared behind a tree. I didn't sleep that night either. I barely breathed. The next morning, I made the decision. I'd go back to the car, hike out, drive home. I packed up fast, checked every corner of the woods I could see, and didn't stop walking until I reached the car. I drove without looking back. I didn't tell my friend. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. I just tried to forget it. 2 weeks later, I saw a news article online. A woman's body had been found in the woods near Wetton. Identified as local, had gone missing years earlier. No foul play suspected. They thought she had wandered off and gotten lost during a breakdown. possibly survived off the land for a while. They said the remains had been exposed recently, likely by weather or animals. They showed a sketch of what she might have looked like when she was alive. Thin, pale coat, light brown hair. It was her. I knew it. But here's the thing. The article said she'd been dead for months, long before I got there. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't. But I know what I saw. I know she was there, moving, walking, watching. So either they were wrong about the timeline, or someone else is out there, wearing her clothes, standing in the dark, watching cabins that don't belong to them. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I never will. I hadn't been back to the upper parts of Vermont since 2003. That was the last time my uncle was still alive. I was 24 back then and had just finished school, still unsure what to do with myself. My uncle, Craig, owned a piece of land near the Canadian border, and he let me stay in one of the old cabins on his property for a couple weeks. It was meant to be a break from the world. No electricity, no cell service, just trees, wind, and the dull sound of leaves moving like whispers above your head. I hadn't thought about that cabin for years until I saw a photo online. It was just some random guy's hiking blog. He had posted pictures of remote places around Vermont, and one image stopped me cold. The outline of the old cabin was unmistakable. The roof had started to cave in a little, but the front steps were still there, and I recognized the crooked doorframe. It was my uncle's cabin, or it used to be. Something in me shifted. It was a weird mix of curiosity and some quiet sense of obligation. I started thinking about all the time I spent up there, how peaceful it had been. I remembered the soft light in the mornings and how you could hear nothing but your own footsteps for hours at a time. It seemed like something worth revisiting. Maybe I thought it would help me find some part of myself again. Some version of me that I'd lost since getting older, settling down, working too much, and forgetting what silence felt like. So I packed up some gear, took a few days off from work, and made the 5-hour drive from Boston up toward Orleans County. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just told my boss I was taking a solo hiking trip and turned off my phone once I reached the edge of reception. I figured it would be nice to disconnect. Looking back now, that was the first mistake. The dirt road leading up to the land had changed. It used to be more defined, but now it was half covered in pine needles and broken branches. I had to park half a mile down the slope and walk the rest with my pack slung over my shoulder. Took me longer than I thought. The trail was still there if you looked close. Just a faint depression in the ground where years of footsteps had pressed it down, but nature had taken most of it back. When I reached the clearing, I stopped moving for a while. It was like stepping into an old photograph. The cabin was still standing, but it looked beaten up. The windows were long gone, and the roof sagged near the back like it had partially collapsed. Moss had grown thick on one side, and a birch tree had pushed its way through the outer steps, twisting upward like it had been there longer than anything else. I stood there with my pack still on and tried to figure out if I felt happy to be back or just weirdly out of place. It was hard to say. The woods around the clearing were quiet in a way I didn't remember. There were no birds, no distant cracking of trees in the wind, just stillness. I set up my tent about 30 feet from the cabin. I had no plan to sleep inside it. I just wanted to be near it. I figured I'd explore, take a few photos, and spend the night camping before heading back in the morning. But things didn't go like that. I first noticed something strange that afternoon. After unpacking my stuff and boiling some water for coffee, I started walking the perimeter of the clearing. The land was flat, surrounded on all sides by dense woods. I remembered the area being open, easy to move through, but now the woods looked thicker than they should have been, like something had pressed in closer over the years. When I walked around to the back of the cabin, I found a collapsed section of the roof I hadn't seen from the front. It looked like a tree limb had fallen on it at some point. I peeked inside. The interior was almost bare. The old wooden frame of the bed was still there, and the shelves along the back wall still held a few rusted cans and bits of rope. But what caught my attention was a darker patch of floorboards in the back corner. It looked like something had soaked into the wood long ago, like oil or maybe dried blood. I stepped closer, but the boards creaked under my weight, and I backed away. I made my way around the cabin and circled back to my tent. That's when I noticed it, the footprints. They weren't mine. I had been walking in boots with a deep tread, but these prints were different. They were from a smoother sole, like sneakers, and they weren't old. The impressions were still clean, not yet covered by leaves or dirt. There were at least 3, and they led toward the back of the cabin, where I had just come from. I stared at them for a long time. I tried to tell myself maybe they were mine and I just didn't remember stepping that way. Or maybe they were from some hiker who had passed through recently. But I didn't like the way they ended so close to the cabin and didn't seem to come back out. I sat by my tent for a while, watching the tree line. That stillness was still there. I didn't hear anything, not even wind through the branches. I kept thinking I should leave, but it was early still, not even 5 p.m., and I had nowhere else to go. I decided I'd wait until morning and head out then. I lit a small fire as the sun started to dip. The light changed fast in the woods. 1 minute it was late afternoon, and the next it was dusk. I remember staring at the trees and thinking how strange it was that I hadn't seen a single squirrel, no birds, nothing. Just that quiet, unnatural stillness. When it was fully dark, I crawled into my tent. I lay there for a long time with my eyes open, listening. I could hear my own breathing and the occasional snap of a stick in the woods. I kept telling myself it was just the trees settling. But I didn't sleep much. Around 2 a.m., I heard something. It was soft at first, like shuffling, not far from the tent. Then something scraped lightly across the ground. I held my breath and listened harder. There it was again, a slow drag like someone pulling their foot along dirt and leaves. I sat up slowly and unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. It was dark. I had a small flashlight, but I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to draw attention. The fire had died down to glowing embers, and the air was cold. Then I saw something. Just past the cabin, on the edge of the clearing, there was a shape. Not moving, just standing there. I couldn't make out much, just that it was tall and still. Maybe a man, maybe not. It didn't make sense. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I thought maybe I was seeing things, but then it moved. Not fast, just a small shift of weight from one leg to the other, like it had been standing there a long time and was getting tired. I shut the tent flap and backed up, not making a sound. I didn't sleep after that. I sat with my pack in my lap and a knife in my hand, waiting for light. By morning, the shape was gone. So were the footprints. But I didn't pack up right away. I don't know why. I think part of me didn't want to believe what I'd seen. I walked back to the cabin and stood in the doorway. The air smelled different. Damp, earthy, like something had been moving inside. I stepped through the door, slowly, testing each floorboard. That dark patch in the back corner looked bigger now. I stared at it, trying to figure out what it was. Then I saw the scratches. Along the inside wall, near the floor, for long marks, as if someone had clawed at the wood with something sharp. Not an animal, these were low to the ground and the lines were too straight. I went back outside and started packing. I moved fast. Everything in me was screaming to get out. I shoved my gear into the pack without folding anything and headed down the trail without stopping. But when I got to where I had left my car, it wasn't there. The patch of dirt where I'd parked was empty. No tire marks, nothing. I stood there, stunned. I thought maybe I had taken the wrong path. I walked farther down, thinking maybe I'd misjudged the distance. But after a quarter mile, I knew I was in the right place. The car was gone. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken glass, no drag marks. It was just gone. I didn't have cell reception. The closest road was nearly 4 miles away, and I hadn't seen a single person since I arrived. So I walked. Took me hours to reach the main road. I flagged down a pickup truck, and the guy gave me a ride to the sheriff's station in Newport. I filed a report, gave them the location, everything. They sent a car up to check it out. They found my tire tracks where I said I'd parked, but no car, no cabin either. I told them exactly where the clearing was. I gave them my uncle's old property records, but they said the land had been sold years ago, and no structure had ever been registered there. Nothing. They checked satellite images.
No cabin.
Just trees. I tried to go back myself a week later with a guide. We followed the GPS coordinates I had marked. Nothing. Just woods. No trail.
No clearing.
No signs of anything. I haven't been back to Vermont since then. I don't know what happened. I don't know who was watching me that night. I don't know who or what stood in the clearing while I lay in that tent, too afraid to breathe. But sometimes, late at night, I think about the footprints, the shape by the tree line, the marks on the wall, and I wonder if someone's still out there, watching, waiting, not a ghost, not a creature, just a person who never left the woods, someone who lives in the places we forget about, someone who doesn't want to be found, and knows how to make sure they never are. In 2016, I was 32 and in the middle of what I thought was just a rough patch in life. I'd gone through a breakup that left me with an empty apartment, 2 boxes of stuff, and the type of loneliness that makes you start thinking about places you haven't been in a while. That's how I ended up remembering my Uncle Darren's cabin. He passed away from a stroke about 6 months before, and no one had been out to his property since. Darren never had kids. I was his only nephew, and we used to be close when I was younger. He lived in a rural stretch of Colorado, near the edge of the San Juan Mountains, 3 hours southwest of Pueblo, past roads that eventually gave up being roads. The cabin he built was something out of a survivalist catalog. 1 floor, 1 bedroom, heavy timber logs, small windows, and a wood stove that creaked when it heated up. It sat on 15 acres of fenced forest and sloped terrain. No cell signal.
No Wi-Fi.
No neighbors for miles. I remembered it as a peaceful place where I went a few summers during high school. He taught me how to hunt, how to gut a deer, how to listen to the woods. There was something honest about it. Clean air, silence, and things that didn't lie to you. So when I asked the family lawyer if anyone had checked on the place since Darren died, he said no. The land was technically still in probate. I offered to drive out for a few days, clear out food, look for damage, see if there were any tools or guns worth saving. It wasn't just about helping, it was about getting away. I left on a Tuesday in early October. Colorado's cold hits early in the high country, and I figured I'd be in and out before the first real snow. I took my old truck, loaded a cooler of food, 2 jugs of water, a basic toolkit, and a borrowed .308 rifle from a friend who hunted elk. I didn't even plan to use it. I just felt better with something solid in my hands. The road up to Darren's place turned to gravel, then dirt, then nothing at all. I had to crawl in low gear for the last half mile through a dry wash that scraped the bottom of the frame. The gate was still chained, just like he left it. I unlocked it and drove in slowly. The land hadn't been touched. Same split rail fencing around the property. Same old oil drum beside the porch. Same wooden steps with the front right one sagging where the support had rotted years ago. I parked and shut off the engine. It was quiet. Not peaceful quiet like I remembered, but dead quiet. Even the wind seemed hesitant. I stepped inside, and everything smelled like cold wood and dust. Mouse droppings on the table, a few cobwebs in the corners, but otherwise intact. No sign of water damage or break-ins. I opened the windows, aired it out, unloaded my gear, and laid out my sleeping bag on the old bed in the corner. The mattress was too old to sleep on. I didn't care. That first evening, I made chili on the old propane stove, sat on the porch with a flashlight, and tried to remember the stars. You forget how many there are when you live near a city. I kept the rifle leaning next to me, more for show than anything. When the cold got into my bones, I went inside, stoked the fire, and tried to sleep. I didn't sleep. Something kept bothering me. Not a sound, not a light, just a kind of pressure, like when someone's standing behind you. You turn around, and no one's there, but you still feel it. I kept opening my eyes in the dark, listening. Nothing, just the old wood shifting with the fire heat. Still, I felt like I was being watched. The next day, I worked. I cleaned the cabinets, emptied old jars, tossed out expired cans, took inventory of what he left: 2 rifles, a .357 revolver, stacks of ammo, old hunting clothes, a pair of snowshoes, and 3 huge tins of freeze-dried food from the early 2000s. I swept and scrubbed and made a list of what needed replacing. By late afternoon, I hiked a few hundred yards up the ridge behind the cabin to check on the water tank. The plastic was sun-bleached but intact. The gravity-fed pipe system still trickled into the sink when I turned the knob. On the way back, I noticed something odd in the mud along the tree-lean tracks. They weren't deer. They were larger, clawed, maybe bear, I thought, but the pattern was wrong. A bear's paw is rounder, heavier. These were longer, almost like a man's foot, but the toes were off, too long, spaced wrong. And the stride was weird, too narrow, like whoever made them walked with their feet almost directly in front of each other. I told myself I was being stupid, probably a mountain lion, maybe a weird erosion pattern. I walked back fast anyway. That night, I locked the door and slid the rifle beside my bed. Around 2 a.m., something tapped on the cabin wall. Not hard, just a dull, slow tap, like someone drumming their fingers. I froze. My mouth went dry. I didn't move. The tapping stopped, then came again, this time on the window. I didn't look. I don't know why, but I felt if I looked, something would be looking back. Then it stopped. I lay awake until dawn. The third day, I hiked out farther than I should have. About a mile downhill into the gulch where Darren used to set trail cameras. I found 2 of them still strapped to trees, batteries long dead. I took the memory cards, tossed them in my pack. I figured I'd check them later on a laptop. Maybe there were photos worth keeping. As I was climbing back, I found more tracks. Same weird shape, almost human, but wrong and fresh. They were newer than the rain 2 days ago. I followed them for about 50 yards, then realized they were doubling back, like something had walked in a circle. I stopped. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't tell if it was from the climb or something else. I looked around and suddenly had the sharp, real sense that something was very close. I moved fast, back to the cabin, didn't stop to catch my breath. That night, I built a fire in the pit out front and sat with the rifle across my lap. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I watched the trees. They didn't move, but they felt alive. Just past midnight, I heard a sound that I'll never forget. It was a voice, not a scream, not a call, just one word, stretched out too long, like it was learning how to say it. Said my name, not like someone calling for help, more like someone practicing how to copy it. But it wasn't close. Came from up on the ridge. Too far for a normal voice to carry. Too clear for the distance. I didn't answer. I didn't move. Eventually, the fire died down. I went inside, locked everything, and sat in the dark, holding the rifle across my legs until morning. I wanted to leave that morning. I did, but something in me wouldn't. I don't know if it was pride or stupidity, but I told myself it was just a cougar. They can sound weird when they scream. I told myself the tracks were distorted by rain. I told myself all kinds of things. I stayed one more night. This time, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the truck. Engine off, rifle in my lap, keys in my coat. If anything happened, I'd start the truck and get the hell out. At around 3 a.m., something came out of the trees. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shape, tall, too tall, long arms that moved wrong. It walked along the edge of the trees, not coming closer, just pacing. It didn't make noise. It didn't run. It just watched. Then it crouched, leaned forward, and mimicked my name again. That was it. I turned the engine over, floored it, and hit the gate so hard I cracked the grill. I didn't stop until I got to a gas station on the highway 50 miles east. I slept in the truck with the lot lights on, surrounded by people I didn't know and didn't care to. I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? I went back to the cabin a week later in daylight with a sheriff's deputy and the lawyer. I told them I heard animals outside and freaked out. They chalked it up to stress, being alone in the woods, the grief of my uncle's passing. But the tracks were still there, and now they led all the way around the cabin. They never entered. They circled, watched. We packed up Darren's things, sold the land 3 months later. I never went back. I still don't know what I saw. I don't believe in legends. I don't believe in shapeshifters or stories from old tribes twisted into tourist bait. But I do believe in predators. I believe in things that wait. And I know whatever it was, it watched me the entire time. And if I had opened that window when it tapped, I don't think I would have made it out. The year was 2011. I was 29 years old. I had taken a week off work to escape the city noise and stress. My small apartment in Portland felt suffocating after months of overtime and crowded streets. I wanted peace, some silence, a place to clear my head and recharge. I found a small cabin rental deep in the Oregon woods, about 3 hours east of the city, near the small town of Oak Ridge. The cabin was old but sturdy, tucked away in the thick forest alongside a slow-moving creek. I arrived just as the sun was dipping below the pine trees, casting long shadows that made the woods look darker and more dense. The gravel road leading to the cabin was narrow, twisting through thick evergreens and patches of wildflowers. The air smelled fresh and damp with the scent of moss and earth. It felt like another world from the one I'd left behind. The cabin was a single-story wooden building with a stone chimney on one side. It had a small porch with a creaky swing that hung from thick beams. I parked my car beside the porch and grabbed my bags, the only sound the crunch of gravel under my boots. The cabin was quiet, eerily so, but that was what I had wanted. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of wood smoke and old pine. The floor creaked under my feet. It was sparsely furnished, just a small kitchen with a gas stove, a wooden table with 4 chairs, and a couch facing a fireplace filled with ashes. There was one bedroom with a narrow bed and a dresser. A small bathroom with a shower rounded out the space. There was no phone or internet connection, which was perfect for me. I unpacked slowly, lighting the old oil lamp on the kitchen table, the soft glow pushing back the dark corners of the cabin. Outside, the forest was settling into night, the sounds of insects and distant birds filling the air. I cooked some instant noodles on the stove and ate quietly, the only sound my spoon scraping the bowl. After dinner, I wrapped myself in a blanket and sat on the porch swing, staring into the thick blackness of the trees. The stars were bright and clear overhead, pinpricks of light in the vast sky. It was peaceful but also a little lonely. I reminded myself that this was what I wanted, a break from everything. The first night passed without incident. The cold air seeped through the window frames, making me pull the blanket tighter. I woke once, hearing a faint rustling outside, maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was nothing but my imagination. The next day, I explored the nearby woods. The forest was dense with fir and cedar, the ground soft with pine needles and moss. I followed a narrow trail that wound alongside the creek, the water bubbling over smooth stones. The sunlight filtered through the branches in golden streams. It was beautiful and calming. I found some wild berries and picked a few, careful to avoid the ones I didn't recognize. I took photos with my old camera, capturing the quiet beauty of the place. The cabin felt far away and unreachable. At times I thought I heard voices or footsteps behind me, but whenever I turned around, there was nothing. That evening, I lit the fireplace with dry logs I found stacked by the cabin. The flames crackled and warmed the room, casting flickering shadows on the walls. I ate canned soup and lay on the couch, the firelight making the cabin feel cozy despite its age. But as night deepened, I couldn't shake a growing unease. The silence seemed too complete, almost unnatural. I kept hearing soft noises outside, subtle snaps of branches and rustling that didn't belong to the usual forest sounds. I told myself it was animals, maybe raccoons or deer moving around. I locked the doors and windows carefully. On the third day, the weather changed. The sky grew heavy with clouds and a cold wind picked up, rattling the cabin's shutters. Rain began to fall in steady sheets, drumming on the roof and turning the dirt road to mud. The forest seemed darker, more oppressive. I stayed inside, lighting the oil lamp early. The fire wouldn't burn well with the damp wood, so the room stayed dim and cold. I sat at the kitchen table, reading an old book I found on the cabin's shelf. The rain blurred the view outside, making the forest look like a wall of gray. Around noon, I heard a knock on the door. It was soft but deliberate. I froze, unsure if I had imagined it. I went to the window and peered out but saw no one. The woods were empty, gray, and wet. I opened the door cautiously. There was no one there. I stepped outside, the rain soaking my jacket and dripping from the brim of my hat. The forest looked empty and silent again, save for the rain falling from the leaves. I checked the path leading back toward the road. No footprints or signs of anyone passing. It was strange. That night, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The noises outside became more distinct, snapping twigs and soft footsteps circling the cabin. The wind carried faint sounds, like breathing or whispered words I couldn't quite catch. I stayed near the fire, clutching an old hunting knife I found in a drawer. I kept the doors locked and the curtains drawn tight. Sleep was difficult. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Every rustle outside set my heart pounding. Around midnight, I heard a low, dragging sound coming from the porch. It was slow and heavy, like something large moving against the wood. I grabbed a flashlight and peered outside. The beam caught the shape of something lying just beyond the porch, half hidden in shadow. I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't want to investigate, so I shined the light around quickly before shutting the door and locking it again. The thing didn't move. The rain kept falling, washing away any tracks. The next morning, I decided to leave early. The unease was too much, and I wanted to get back to safety. I packed quickly, loaded the car, and started the engine. But as I pulled out, I noticed something odd. The tire tracks in the mud outside the cabin weren't only mine. There were others, deep, heavy tracks leading into the woods, then circling back toward the cabin, as if someone had been watching me. I checked the mirrors nervously, but the road behind me was empty. I told myself to calm down. Maybe it was an animal or a logging truck that had passed before. On the way back, the forest felt less peaceful. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, feeling like someone was following me. I stopped at a small diner in Oak Ridge for coffee, trying to shake off the feeling. A man sat at the counter, his clothes soaked and dirty, his eyes sharp and watchful. He stared at me as I drank, but didn't say a word. I felt my skin crawl and left quickly. Later, back in Portland, I told a friend about the cabin. He warned me that some of the remote areas near Oak Ridge were used by hunters or sometimes by people hiding from the law. That explained the tracks and the man. But why had they been watching me? What had they wanted? I never went back. The cabin stayed in my mind as a place where silence wasn't peaceful but dangerous. The forest had secrets, and sometimes, when you're alone out there, the quiet can be the loudest sound of all. Weeks later, I looked up the cabin's history online and found an old news report about a man who lived nearby and had disappeared a few years before I arrived. The police suspected foul play, but no one was ever arrested. The cabin I stayed in was close to where his truck had been found abandoned. I realized then that the footprints, the man at the diner, the feeling of being watched, it all tied back to something real, human, and dangerous. Not ghosts, not legends, just people, and the quiet fear that comes from knowing you might have been near something terrible. It changed how I see quiet places now. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you can't explain, but what you do. My name's Drew. I'm 39, divorced, no kids. In 2022, I decided I needed a break from everything. I'd been living in Chicago for nearly a decade, working freelance jobs, mostly copy editing, sometimes ghostwriting. It wasn't a bad life. Rent was manageable, clients paid on time, and I had my routines. But everything felt loud. The trains, the bars, the people, even my own apartment. I needed real quiet, somewhere off-grid, somewhere I could think straight. I'd been meaning to finish a novel I'd started 5 years ago, so I figured I'd kill two birds with one stone. I found the cabin through a subforum for outdoor rentals. It wasn't on Airbnb or any commercial platform. A guy named Stan listed it, a small off-grid cabin near Gunnison National Forest in Colorado. He said it had solar panels for minimal power, a propane heater, a backup generator, a water pump, and a well-insulated one-bedroom layout with a tiny writing desk. I looked at the photos and immediately felt drawn to it. Rustic wood walls, surrounded by pine trees, far from paved roads. The perfect place to vanish for a month. I paid him through Venmo. He sent me coordinates and a PDF of directions. The place was way off any real road. I had to take my Subaru up an unmarked dirt path for the last 2 miles. I brought all the essentials: food, extra gas, flashlights, a generator of my own, books, notebooks, my laptop, and backup batteries. I told a friend where I was going, though I was vague about how far out it was. My plan was to stay for 30 days, no social media, no phone, no email, just me and the words. I arrived in late September, just before the cold started creeping in hard. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by endless trees on all sides. I didn't see any other structures on the way in. No other houses, not even another car. That was exactly what I wanted. No one around for miles. The first few days were perfect. I woke up with the sunrise, made coffee on the propane stove, and wrote for hours. In the afternoons, I'd go for long walks along the tree line or chop firewood. I read at night by the lantern or wrote in longhand. It was a peaceful kind of isolation, the kind I hadn't felt since I was a kid visiting my grandfather's cabin in northern Michigan. But by the end of the first week, I noticed something that made me uneasy. There was a faint smell near the woodshed. At first, I thought maybe something had died nearby. A rabbit or a raccoon, maybe. It was faint enough to ignore, but each day it grew stronger. A sour, metallic stink like rotting meat and wet soil. I checked around the cabin for a carcass, but didn't find anything. Still, I burned some sage I'd brought, left out traps just in case, and moved on. A few nights later, I was lying in bed reading when I heard a sharp knock. Not on the door, but on the outer wall of the cabin. Just one knock, clean, like someone had used their knuckles on the wooden siding. I sat up immediately, heart pounding. My first thought was an animal, A deer brushing up against the wall, maybe, but the knock had sounded intentional. I turned off the lantern and listened in the dark, barely breathing.
No footsteps.
No movement, just wind and the occasional creak of the trees outside. I stayed up for hours that night, too tense to sleep. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch fell. Maybe it was my imagination. Out here, with no other people, your mind starts filling in blanks. The next day, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see any prints or tracks. The soil was dry, nothing out of place. But that night, it happened again. This time, it was 2 knocks, then silence. I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the desk, facing the door with a flashlight and the axe I used for chopping firewood. There were no knocks after that, just silence. The morning after, I found something I couldn't explain. Right near the back of the cabin, on the ground beneath the small rear window, was a dead bird, a sparrow, but its wings had been clipped off, not chewed or mangled, cleanly cut. I stood there staring at it for a long time. The stench near the woodshed was still there, too stronger than before. By the 3rd week, I was on edge all the time. I barely wrote. I slept in 2-hour bursts, often with a knife near my bed. I started hearing things at night, not just knocks, breathing, faint but there, close to the window. Once, I thought I saw a shadow pass by the far tree line, but when I shined my flashlight, there was nothing. I began wondering if someone was living out here in the forest. Some drifter, some off-grid squatter. The idea didn't seem crazy anymore. This land was remote enough that someone could live out here for years and never be found. Maybe they saw my car. Maybe they didn't like a stranger on their land. On the 23rd night, I hit a breaking point. It was just after 3 a.m. I'd fallen asleep at the desk, and I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Fast, heavy, crunching the dirt around the cabin. I jumped up and grabbed the flashlight. I turned off all the lanterns and listened. The steps circled the cabin twice, then stopped. Then came the knocks. Not 2 this time, 4, then 5, then silence. I didn't breathe. I held the axe tight and kept the light off. I didn't want to give them a target. Whoever it was didn't try the door. They didn't speak, just knocked, then walked off into the woods. I packed a go-bag that night. My car was a 1/4 mile down the trail because I'd left it at the last clearing before the road got too rough. I knew if something happened, I'd have to run fast. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to leave early. I'd had enough. But when I reached the trail where my car had been, I saw something that turned my stomach. My tires had been slashed, all 4 of them. Someone had used something sharp, probably a knife, to gut them. Clean slices, not the work of an animal. The car had also been smeared with something dark on the driver's side window, mud. Maybe blood. I didn't look too close. I just knew I wasn't going anywhere that day. I hiked back to the cabin, shaking. I knew I had cell service a few miles down the mountain. If I followed the trail back toward the old fire road, I could get a bar or 2. So I spent the next few hours getting a bag ready. Just essentials. Water, some food, the flare gun. Before I left, I locked the cabin and nailed one of the wooden chairs up against the door from the inside. Then I slipped out the back window, climbed down, and started hiking out. Took nearly 4 hours before I got a weak signal. I called the Gunnison Sheriff's office. Told them someone had tampered with my car and that I was stranded. I didn't tell them about the knocks, or the bird, or the footsteps, just that something felt wrong and I needed help. They told me to stay put and sent a deputy out in a truck. By the time I got back to the cabin with the deputy, the chair I had nailed to the door was gone. Not broken, gone. I asked him to come inside with me. We did a full sweep. Nothing was missing, not my bags, not my gear. But in the kitchen, on the counter, was a dead squirrel, just sitting there. Its eyes had been removed. I didn't say a word. Neither did he. He just called for backup and helped me load my things into his truck. They filed a report. The official guess was a squatter or a poacher, someone who didn't like strangers in the woods. They never found anyone. I didn't press them for updates. I spent the next 2 weeks sleeping on a friend's couch in Boulder. I couldn't go back to Chicago right away. I needed to be near people. I needed to hear traffic and voices and the dumb sound of dogs barking at fire trucks. I never finished that book. Sometimes, even now, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and think I hear someone knocking. Just once. Just one clean knock on the wall of whatever apartment I'm renting. I'll sit up, my pulse racing, and hold my breath. But it's never real. It's just in my head. I've told this story a few times. People always ask if I think someone was watching me from the day I arrived. If maybe they were living out there the whole time, slipping closer each night. I don't know. I really don't. All I know is I'm not going back to the woods. Not alone. Not ever. And I'll never stay in another cabin again. I never thought a simple weekend getaway could change my life forever. But that's exactly what happened the summer of 2011, when I decided to escape the chaos of city life and spend a few days in a small, remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I was 32 years old at the time. I had been working as a freelance photographer for a few years, and my work had been going well, but it was exhausting. The deadlines, the constant rush, the endless noise of Minneapolis. It all wore me down. I needed a break, a real break, away from everything. My friends had recommended the cabin. It belonged to an old family friend named Bill, who had passed away a year earlier. Bill's daughter had no interest in keeping the place, so she lent it to me for a weekend. The cabin was located near a small town called Pine Ridge, which itself was a collection of a few houses, a general store, and a post office. Nothing fancy, just woods, lakes, and silence. The drive to Pine Ridge was about 3 hours from the city. The closer I got, the more I felt a strange mix of excitement and unease. The roads narrowed and twisted through dense forests, and the tall pines blocked out the sun in places. By the time I arrived, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dirt road that led to the cabin. The cabin itself was small and rough. It looked like it hadn't changed much since the 1970s. A single-story wooden with a stone chimney on one side. The porch sagged a bit, and the paint on the door was peeling. I liked it immediately. Inside, the smell of old wood and damp earth filled the air. There was a small kitchen with a wood stove, a single bedroom with a bed, and a tiny living room with a couple of chairs and a table. It was simple, but it was peaceful. I spent the first evening unpacking, lighting a fire in the stove, and eating a cold sandwich I'd brought along. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of the old cabin settling and the distant calls of birds. I was alone, but it felt good, like I had the entire world all to myself. Night fell quickly. Without the city lights, the stars seemed impossibly bright outside the window. I lay in bed, listening to the sounds of the forest. At first, it was calming, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets. But after a while, the quiet became too deep, too complete. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I drifted off to sleep, but I was restless. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. A strange noise had pulled me out of my dreams. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate crunching sound outside the cabin, like footsteps on dry leaves. My heart started to race. I lay still, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness beyond the window. The steps were slow and methodical. They circled the cabin once, then stopped. I wanted to believe it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the footsteps were too heavy, too measured. Whoever was out there was watching me. I stayed frozen in bed, gripping the blanket tightly, until the footsteps finally moved away. Then silence returned. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I found small, faint footprints in the dirt near the porch. They were too large to be from any animal I knew, more like a man's boots. I cleaned the prints as best I could and decided not to tell anyone yet. Maybe it was just a local hunter passing by. Pine Ridge was a hunting area after all. Still, I kept the doors locked and windows shut during the day. The second day passed uneventfully, but the sense of being watched stayed with me. I spent the afternoon hiking around the nearby woods, taking pictures of the tall pines and the lake. The forest was beautiful, but it also felt isolating. I noticed broken branches and unusual marks on some trees, like something had scraped them hard. That night, around midnight, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder and closer. I sat by the window with a flashlight and a hunting knife I'd packed just in case. A figure appeared in the darkness, tall, wearing a dark hoodie, moving slowly but with purpose. I froze. The person didn't say a word but started walking toward the cabin's front door. My first instinct was to run, but I knew if I left, I'd be exposed in the open woods. Instead, I locked all the doors and windows and stayed silent in the corner of the living room. The figure knocked on the door, just once. Then it stepped back, disappeared into the shadows. I didn't sleep that night. By the third day, I realized I wasn't safe. My phone had no signal and I couldn't call anyone. I thought about hiking back to town, but the woods were thick and confusing. I knew if that person wanted to catch me, they could. That afternoon, I noticed the woodpile near the cabin had been disturbed. Some logs were moved, and there were fresh dirt marks. Whoever had been there was testing me, trying to see how alert I was. I stayed inside the cabin all day, barely eating, barely moving. The silence was unbearable. I could hear every little noise outside, the snapping of twigs, the distant rustle of animals, but also that heavy breathing that wasn't mine. That evening, I prepared a plan. I gathered every heavy object I could find: chairs, a cast iron skillet, a fireplace poker. I blocked the windows with furniture and put a chair under the door handle. Night came, and with it, the footsteps again. They circled the cabin, louder this time, more aggressive. I could hear the crunching gravel from the driveway as well. Suddenly, a window shattered. Glass exploded inside, scattering shards everywhere. A cold rush of air followed, and I saw the figure reaching inside with a knife. Adrenaline took over. I grabbed the poker and swung it with all my strength, hitting the hand and making the attacker pull back. He cursed loudly, the voice rough and angry. The door shook as the figure tried to force it open. I held the chair tight, bracing myself. Minutes felt like hours. The attacker was persistent. Suddenly, the door gave way. He burst inside, wild eyes fixed on me. We fought fiercely. The cabin echoed with the sounds of struggle. I managed to land a few hits, but he was strong and desperate. In the chaos, I grabbed a heavy cast iron pan and slammed it down on his head. He staggered and collapsed. I didn't wait to see if he was dead. I ran to the porch, grabbed my backpack, and dashed into the woods. I ran blindly, heart pounding, lungs burning. The forest was thick and dark, but I kept moving, driven by pure fear. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto a dirt road. I followed it until I saw headlights approaching. Car slowed down and I flagged it frantically. The driver was a local man who took me to the Pine Ridge Sheriff's office. They called for backup and searched the cabin. The attacker was found barely conscious in the cabin, bleeding and beaten. He was arrested and later identified as a local drifter with a violent past. He had been stalking the area for weeks, looking for isolated cabins to rob, and worse. The experience left me shaken, but I was alive. In the weeks after, I stayed with friends, recovering physically and mentally. I never returned to that cabin, but I learned something important. In the wild, away from everything, danger can come quietly, but it's always real. And sometimes, survival means facing your worst fears head-on, using every bit of strength and will you have. The cabin was supposed to be a place of peace. Instead, it became a test of endurance. But I survived. I came out stronger. That summer, I learned how fragile safety really is and how valuable it is when you have it. I was 39 when I went back to the old hunting cabin in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was late October 2016, just before the deer season rush. The air had already turned crisp. You could smell the earth starting to harden beneath the fallen leaves. The wind moved like it had a weight behind it. I had some time off work. My boss had owed me a week, and I thought I'd use it to hunt alone, something I hadn't done in years. I'd bought the cabin off a family friend who died in 2009. It had just sat there since, unused, collecting dust, rot, and mice. I hadn't been back since the funeral. Not once. Never found a reason to. Too many memories from when I was younger. Some good, some I preferred not to dig into. But now it felt like the right time. Or at least it seemed that way then. The place was 3 hours from where I lived now in Wisconsin. I packed light. My Remington .308, a cooler with food and beer, a sleeping bag, headlamp, thermals, and a box of ammo. I brought no phone, no GPS, just the same old laminated map we used back in the 90s. There was no cell service up there anyway, not unless you hiked to the fire tower or stood out in a clearing just right, on one foot with your arm in the air. The drive up was quiet. A few beat-up trucks passed me in the opposite direction on the 2-lane roads. Most were probably headed out from setting up tree stands or checking trail cams. I had the windows cracked a little and the wind brought in the cold scent of pine and old smoke. Felt like stepping backward in time. The dirt trail that led to the cabin had grown in a bit, but I could still make it in with my truck if I took it slow. Pine branches scraped the sides like long fingernails. When I finally pulled up and parked, the cabin looked smaller than I remembered. Same weathered gray siding, same rusty chimney. The front steps were crooked now, one cracked right down the middle. The windows were dirty, but still intact. A miracle considering how long it had been left alone. Inside was what you'd expect. Dust in the air, cobwebs in every corner. A few old beer cans still on the shelf. Mold along the bottom edge of one wall. I cleaned what I could with what I had, lit a small fire in the wood stove to dry the place out, then laid out my sleeping bag on the old cot in the corner. That first night, I didn't sleep much. It wasn't fear, not yet. It was more that deep unease that creeps in when the place you're in feels unfamiliar, even though you used to know it well. The wind made the rafters groan, and a branch outside kept tapping the sidewall like someone knocking. I listened to that for hours. No animals,
No bugs.
just wind and wood. I started hunting the next morning. I'd scouted the trails a bit the day before and found fresh sign. Tracks, rubs, even a fresh scrape. I followed the same game trail I'd used years ago, one that curved around a low ridge and opened into a small clearing. I waited there for hours, but nothing moved. Not even squirrels. Just the wind. That pattern continued for 3 days. Sign everywhere, but no deer. I'd hear branches snap in the woods behind me, but when I turned, nothing. Once I thought I saw movement, just a quick blur near the tree line. I stayed still, waited. Nothing. On the 4th day, things started getting weird. I woke up to find muddy footprints on the cabin porch. Human footprints. Bare feet. I stared at them for a long time. They came up from the woods, circled near the steps, and then walked back the way they came.
No shoes. No socks.
just pale toes and heels pressed into the soft mud and dead leaves. I followed them into the woods for maybe 20 yards before they disappeared. Just stopped, like whoever it was had been lifted off the ground. I looked for broken branches, disturbed leaves. Nothing. That night I barely slept. I locked the door, which felt stupid since the lock was just a cheap turn bolt and the door could be kicked in with one good push. I kept the rifle close. The next day I went out to hunt again, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every sound snapped my attention like a whip. I didn't stay out long. I hiked back before noon. That afternoon, I went around the cabin, checking the perimeter. I found something carved into a tree near the back of the property. It was fresh, a triangle with a line through it. I didn't recognize it. Looked like something done with a knife. The bark around it was clean and the wood beneath hadn't even started to darken yet. That meant whoever made it had been there recently. I marked it with orange tape so I could show someone later, then went back inside. That night I kept the fire going and stayed up late. I thought maybe someone was messing with me, some other hunter trying to scare me off the land. I thought about driving out to town, but the nearest gas station was 20 miles away, and the idea of driving those winding roads in the dark didn't sit right. Sometime past midnight, I heard something outside. Not wind, not an animal. Footsteps. I killed the fire, grabbed the rifle, and stood by the window. I saw movement, just a shape cross from one side of the cabin to the other. No light, no flashlight. Just someone walking slowly, like they were pacing. I didn't go outside. I waited there, holding my breath until the shape was gone. I stayed by the window until dawn. The next morning I found more tracks. Bare feet again. This time they were closer, right under the window where I stood. I followed them again. This time they led into the thicker brush. I pushed through branches, thorns tearing at my sleeves. Eventually I came to a clearing I didn't recognize. In the middle was a pile of bones. Not deer, not human either, but big. Maybe a cow or something. Old bones. Gray. Picked clean. There were small things around the base of the pile. Little wooden shapes like stick figures. Some hanging from branches. Some tucked between the ribs. I turned and walked back. I didn't run, but I wanted to. I packed that afternoon. I planned to leave at first light the next day. I didn't care if I wasted the week. I'd had enough. I locked the door again, ate cold beans from a can, and lay in my sleeping bag with the rifle in my hands. I don't know what time it was when I heard it, but something touched the doorknob. I heard the rattle of metal on metal. Then silence. Then the softest knock. One knock, not loud. Then nothing. I stayed there, heart pounding, until morning. When I opened the door, there were no footprints.
No marks.
But I saw something hanging from the railing. One of the stick figures, tied with thin twine. The same triangle with line symbol burned into its chest. I drove out that morning. Fast. Branches scraped the truck again, but I didn't slow down. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I went to the sheriff's office in Marquette that afternoon. Told them what I saw. They took notes, said they'd send someone out. I never heard back. I didn't go back to the cabin. Not for a year. In 2017, I sold the land. Got rid of it all. I didn't even go back to clean it out. Left everything, tools, sleeping bag, even my cooler. But here's where it sticks with me, where it doesn't let go. In the summer of 2019, I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a photo of the inside of that cabin, taken from the window, the same window I stood at that night holding the rifle. In the photo, I was asleep, lying on the cot, wrapped in the sleeping bag. The fire was out. Everything was dark. Whoever took that photo had been inside. I didn't sleep for 3 days after that. I moved the next month, changed my number, got a dog, bought cameras for every inch of my property. But sometimes Late at night, I still hear that knock. Just one. Not loud. I'll never go back up there. And I'll never hunt alone again. The road stretched thin and cracked before me, a narrow strip of black asphalt bleeding through the deep woods. The sun was starting to dip behind the tall pines, casting long shadows that crawled over the forest floor like dark fingers. I wasn't sure why I found myself driving this way again, so close to a place I thought I'd left behind. My heart pounded a bit faster as I noticed the familiar turnoff, the dirt road that led to the cabin. My ex-husband's cabin. It had been years since I'd set foot anywhere near it. Ever since the divorce, I avoided this stretch of road. The memories it held were heavy, almost suffocating. Reminders of promises broken, words said and unsaid, the quiet violence of love lost. But today, something pulled me here. A mix of curiosity, regret, or maybe just the habit of walking through the ruins of my past. I slowed the car, the gravel crunching under my tires as I turned off the main road. The air smelled different here, colder and sharper. The trees were dense on both sides, their needles thick underfoot. I remembered the drive up this path, the evening spent staring out the cabin window while the sun went down, the silence pressing in on us when words failed. The cabin sat at the end of the road, the same weathered wood I remembered. The roof sagged slightly, and some of the paint had peeled away, revealing gray planks beneath. It looked older now, like it carried years of quiet weariness. The porch steps creaked as I stepped out of the car, the old boards shifting under my weight. No one was there. I knew that the cabin had been empty for months, maybe years. My ex-husband moved out after the last fight, taking most of the things with him. But the place still held something, a silent presence that wasn't quite comfort, but more like a wound that hadn't healed. I walked slowly around the cabin, touching the rough wood, feeling the chill in the air. The forest around the cabin was dense, thick with underbrush and wild bushes. I remembered walking in these woods once, before everything fell apart. We had talked about building a life here, escaping the noise of the city. It was supposed to be a fresh start. Instead, it had become a graveyard for what could have been. The windows were dirty and cracked. I glanced inside, trying not to let the sight twist my stomach. Dust covered the floor, and spiderwebs clung to the corners. The old stove was still there, rusted and cold. The fireplace blackened with years of unused ashes. I could almost hear the silence, loud and empty, like the cabin was holding its breath. As I stood there, a cold wind swept through the trees, rattling the broken shutters. The forest seemed to lean closer, its shadows thickening. I felt eyes on me, not human eyes, but the unsettling feeling of being watched. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, nerves playing tricks after so long. But as the sun fell lower, the woods grew darker, and the noises around me changed. The wind shifted from a gentle breeze to a sudden rustling in the bushes nearby. I turned toward the sound, heart hammering, but saw only shadows moving. The forest was alive with small sounds, twigs snapping under unseen feet, leaves whispering against each other. The air smelled damp, the scent of earth and decay. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Part of me wanted to leave, to get back into the safety of my car and drive away. But another part, the part that never quite let go, wanted to stay, to see if anything remained from those years ago. I moved toward the back of the cabin, where a small clearing opened up. The ground was littered with old cans and broken glass, remnants of past visits, careless traces of people who had come and gone. I knelt to pick up a rusted can, noticing the faded label. Something about the sight pressed on me, a reminder of neglect and time passing without mercy. Suddenly, I heard a sharp crack behind me. I whipped around, heart in my throat, eyes scanning the dark woods. Nothing moved, but the feeling didn't leave. It was like something was out there, watching, waiting. Not a person, or at least not someone who wanted to be seen. I didn't stay long after that. The sky was now painted in deep blues and purples, the last light slipping away. I hurried back to the car, the gravel crunching underfoot sounding loud in the quiet night. My hands shook as I started the engine, the headlights piercing the dark road. As I drove away, the cabin disappeared behind me, swallowed by the trees and darkness. But the feeling stayed, a cold, unwelcome weight settling in my chest. I didn't understand it then, but looking back now, I realized that cabin was never really empty. It held the remnants of something broken and dangerous. Not ghosts or spirits, but the echoes of fear, anger, and loss. The forest around it wasn't just quiet. It was watchful, waiting. It was late September of 2012 when I took a few days off work to clear my head. I had been a cop for 13 years, most of them with the state police in western Colorado. I was 39 at the time, divorced, no kids, and mostly just working overtime to fill the days. But that week, I needed to get out of town. I wanted to be somewhere cold, quiet, and cut off. So I drove up toward Grand Mesa, a few hours from my place in Montrose, where an old friend of mine, Brian, used to have a hunting cabin. He'd passed it down to his brother after he died. But I remembered him telling me it was still empty most of the time, remote enough to feel alone, but still stocked with firewood and canned food. The road up wasn't easy. It rained the whole drive, and by the time I turned off the main highway onto the logging trail that led to the cabin, my tires were spinning in the mud. The trail was about 8 miles long, winding through thick pine forest and climbing slow but steady. I had to get out twice to clear fallen branches. Took me over an hour just to get from the highway to the clearing where the cabin sat. But when I finally got there, it was exactly like I remembered it. It was a squat little structure, with siding faded gray, green metal roof streaked with rust. One room with a wood stove and a cot. An outhouse a short walk behind the trees. No running water, no power. Just me and the storm. I parked the truck close and brought in the duffel bag I packed. Mostly clothes, flashlight, a few tools, and my service pistol. I always brought it when I went off-grid. Habit more than anything. I didn't plan to use it. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire in the stove, warmed up a can of beans, and sat on the wooden steps in the rain with a blanket around my shoulders. It was the kind of cold that sat in your teeth. I felt more at peace than I had in months. The second day was quieter. I walked the trails around the cabin, mostly deer tracks and old logging paths. I came across a rusted-out truck half buried in moss. Hadn't been moved in decades. I spent the afternoon splitting wood and reading an old paperback I found on the shelf. By the third night, the wind started to pick up. Came down through the pines in waves, creaking the trees until I couldn't tell if the roof was groaning or if something was moving outside. But I didn't think much of it. I'd spent enough nights in remote spots to know your mind plays tricks when there's no noise but the wind. It was the fourth morning when things changed. I was walking down the trail to the old stream that ran maybe a mile out. I was planning to fill a jug with water and boil it back at the cabin. The trees were so thick in places, it always felt like walking through a tunnel. That's when I found the first boot, just sitting there on the trail, muddy, soaked, but still upright like someone had just stepped out of it. No tracks around it. I looked around, called out even though I hadn't seen another soul since I drove in. Nothing. I checked around the area, thinking maybe someone had gotten lost or drunk, but I didn't find anything. No bag, no sign of a fire or shelter, just the boot. I brought it back to the cabin and set it near the door. I tried to forget about it. Maybe a hunter left it behind. But that night, I kept thinking about how fresh it looked. Not new, but not as weathered as it should have been if it had been out in the elements. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Slow, measured. I didn't want to spook myself, but I sat up on the cot and slid my pistol from the bag. I waited for a long time, barely breathing. The wind was back, louder now. Nothing came to the door. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I walked a wider circle around the cabin. I found a spot maybe 200 yards out where the ground looked disturbed, like someone had been digging. The soil was dark, turned over, but no shovel marks. Just a shallow pit filled back in loosely, pine needles tossed over the top. I got down on one knee and started clearing it. Took about 10 minutes before I saw what was underneath. A hand, pale, bloated. I froze. I backed up and stared at the hole for a long time. Then I went back to the cabin, grabbed a small shovel I kept in the truck, and spent the next hour uncovering what was there. It was a man, face down, arms stiff, maybe in his 40s. He was wearing a sheriff's uniform, badge still pinned. His sidearm was missing, but the holster was empty. His belt was torn. Someone had taken it off him after. I covered him back up and sat on the steps with my head in my hands for a while. It didn't make sense. I hadn't seen any other cars on the trail in or any fresh tracks. That road was narrow. If someone else came up here, I would have seen them. I went back over everything in my head. The boot, the footsteps, the digging site. None of it added up. I decided to leave. I packed my bag and walked out to the truck. That's when I saw the tire tracks. Fresh, deep. They hadn't been there yesterday. Someone else had come in. And not long ago, the mud hadn't dried. I followed them a bit down the trail, but they veered off into the brush maybe 50 yards out. That part of the woods was denser, but I found the vehicle eventually. It was an old black Suburban, tucked behind a wall of branches like someone had tried to hide it. Plates were scraped clean. Inside, the seats were torn up, dried blood in the back cargo area. It smelled like rot. I backed away slowly. My hands were shaking. Whoever had buried that deputy was still out here. I double-timed it back to the cabin and locked the door. I didn't start a fire. I didn't want any light. I sat in the dark with my pistol in hand and waited. That night was the longest of my life. I heard movement outside, more than once. At one point, I thought I saw a figure pass by the window, but I didn't move. I stayed crouched by the door until morning. When it was light enough to see, I slipped outside. The boot was gone. I left the cabin that morning. Didn't bother with the trail. I took a compass and cut straight through the woods for the main highway. Took me 6 hours. I flagged down a logging truck and had them call the state police. I told them everything. Showed them where the body was, where the Suburban was hidden. They brought a full team in. Found the body. Found the prints. Found another burial site not far from the first, same deal. This time it was another deputy. Badges still on both of them. I was questioned for days, but I was clean. They verified I had no connection to the dead men. Both had been reported missing within the past year. One from Routt County, the other from farther south near Pagosa Springs. They were still in uniform, still had cuffs on their belts. They never found the killer. The boot, the Suburban, all of it was taken in as evidence, but there were no prints. Nothing that could be tied to anyone. Whoever it was, they knew what they were doing. They hadn't just stumbled on the cabin. They had used it before, maybe more than once. I never went back. I left the force the year after. Moved out of Colorado altogether. Got a security job in Oregon and started fresh. But I still think about that place. The wind through the trees. The sound of footsteps in the dark. The buried men in uniform. There's a thing that happens when you wear a badge for too long. You start to think you've seen the worst of people, that you know what violence looks like. But out there, in that forest, I felt something I never had on the job. I wasn't the hunter. I was the one being watched, and whoever was out there had done it before. They knew how to cover their tracks, and they weren't done. I was 34 then, working my second year as a park ranger in the remote forests of northern Montana. The summer had been long and relentless, and early fall had started to settle in with crisp nights and golden leaves, the kind of weather that reminded you the wilderness was both beautiful and unforgiving. My job was simple enough: patrol the park boundaries, check on hikers, monitor wildlife activity, and keep an eye on the fire danger as the dry season took hold. The Park Service had a small network of cabins scattered across the woods, each used for rest or shelter in emergencies. Eagle Ridge Cabin was one of the more isolated ones, perched on a ridge overlooking a deep valley. I was assigned to spend a night there alone as part of a routine check. The last supply drop was made weeks ago, and the nearest road was miles away, which meant any help would be hours away if something went wrong. I was prepared for a quiet night, a chance to unwind, and maybe catch some good photos of the stars. The hike up to the cabin was tough but rewarding. The trail was narrow, winding through tall pines and thick underbrush, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. As I walked, I kept my radio close, listening for any reports, but the silence was almost absolute except for the distant calls of birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was beginning to sink below the horizon. The wooden structure stood solid but weathered, a small porch with peeling paint and a rusted lantern hanging by the door. I locked my backpack inside and lit the stove, warming up the place as the cold air crept through the cracks. Inside, the cabin was small but functional. A single room with a fold-out cot, a small table cluttered with maps and notebooks, a wooden chair, and a small shelf holding some canned food and emergency supplies. There was no electricity, just a few battery-powered lanterns and the stove for heat. I sat down with a cup of coffee, listening to the quiet as the dark settled outside. The stars began to come out, bright and countless above the trees. The valley below was a dark shadow, the forest stretching endlessly. It was peaceful, but that peace came with a weight, a sense of isolation that was both soothing and unsettling. Around 10 at night, as I was preparing to rest, I heard a faint noise outside, a rustle near the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was different, too deliberate, like someone stepping carefully. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out onto the porch. The beam cut through the darkness, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. No eyes reflected back. No shadows shifted. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a stray branch brushing against the cabin. Still, I felt uneasy, an edge to my skin that made me glance back inside and double-check my door. I locked it firmly, then checked my radio. Still no signal, as usual in this part of the park. The trees around the cabin were dense and tall, and the night was so still it seemed unnatural. Trying to shake the feeling, I sat back inside and pulled out my notebook, jotting down the day's observations. But the quiet was broken again, this time by a soft tapping at the window. I froze, heart hammering. The window faced the forest edge, where the moonlight barely reached. I slowly turned to look, flashlight ready. The tapping stopped. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a branch or an animal pawing at the glass. But the timing was too exact, the noise too purposeful. A feeling of being watched crept over me. I locked the window latch and moved to the door, bolting it again. I spent the next hour checking my supplies and maps, trying to calm down. The night stretched on, and despite my efforts, I felt eyes on me, a presence lurking just beyond the cabin walls. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the woods. Something heavy had fallen, breaking the silence. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, aiming the beam into the forest. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, I caught a glimpse of movement, a dark figure slipping behind a tree. Not a bear or a deer, but a person. Someone was out there, close enough to see me, but hidden enough to avoid direct light. My mind raced. The park was huge, but people didn't wander these parts at night without reason, especially not without reporting to the ranger station. Poachers, hikers lost or injured, or worse, people trying to hide. I quickly locked the door and radioed in, but the static filled the airwaves. No response. I was alone, trapped in a tiny cabin miles from the nearest help, with an unknown person lurking outside. I checked my rifle, loaded and ready by the door. The cold pressed against my skin, and the dark outside seemed to close in, suffocating. Every sound felt amplified. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, distant owl calls. Hours passed in this tense vigil. The figure never showed themselves fully again, but every so often, I caught brief glimpses. A shadow, a pair of eyes reflecting faintly. I remembered the missing hiker's report from a few weeks back. The search had been called off after days with no results. Could it be connected? Was someone out here, hiding? Or worse, injured and desperate? I spent the night waiting for dawn, keeping the cabin locked and my rifle close. When the first light broke through the trees, I opened the door cautiously. The forest was empty, no sign of the figure, but near the tree line I found evidence. A small campfire circle with ashes still warm, footprints pressed into the soft soil, and discarded gear that looked like it belonged to a hiker. I called it in as soon as I got back to the ranger station. The search was restarted, and weeks later, they found the missing hiker, weak but alive, several miles deeper into the woods. Apparently, they had tried to hide after getting lost, and that night at the cabin, I had almost come face to face with them. The experience stayed with me. The isolation, the fear, the weight of being utterly alone and responsible for safety in a wild place. It reminded me how thin the line was between safety and danger out there, and how important it was to respect the wilderness, but also to be ready for the unexpected. I never forgot that night at Eagle Ridge Cabin, a reminder that the woods hold more than trees and animals. They hold secrets, survival, and sometimes quiet, desperate human stories. It was the fall of 2014 when I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Maine. I was 32 then, tired of the constant noise and pressure of city life. I wanted quiet, peace, a break from everything. My job as a data analyst was demanding, the kind of work that locked me indoors for long hours staring at screens. So when I found a small cabin for rent on a remote plot of land, far from neighbors or roads, I took it without hesitation. The cabin was basic, not fancy or modern, just a small wooden structure with a single room inside, a fireplace, a tiny kitchen area, and an outhouse outside. It was built sometime in the 1970s, rough but sturdy. The owners lived miles away and handed me the key with a brief warning to lock up when I left and to be careful with the wood stove. There was no electricity or running water, only a well outside that I could use to fetch water. No cell phone signal either. The nearest town was about 25 miles away, so I knew I was completely isolated. I arrived in early October. The air was crisp, filled with the smell of pine and decaying leaves. The sun was low in the sky by the time I reached the dirt road that led to the cabin, its tires crunching over fallen branches and gravel. I parked my old pickup truck near the small porch, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The wooden floor creaked underfoot. Dust floated in the beams of late afternoon sunlight. The place felt peaceful, untouched for a while, but not unpleasant. It smelled faintly of wood smoke and must, After unpacking, I built a small fire in the stove and cooked a simple dinner from canned beans and bread I had brought. That night, the quiet was overwhelming. No traffic, no distant city sounds, just the crackling fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. I slept soundly, wrapped in a thick blanket, as the cold night crept in through the thin walls. In the morning, I took a long walk in the woods, exploring the dense forest around the cabin. The trees were tall maples, pines, and oaks, many of them shedding their last leaves. The forest floor was soft with moss, fallen branches, and dry leaves. Occasionally, I would see a squirrel or hear the rustle of a bird, but mostly it was silent, peaceful. The first few days passed like this: long walks, reading books, chopping wood for the stove, and cooking simple meals. I told myself I was here to relax and recharge. But on the fourth day, something changed. That morning, I woke early to a gray sky and the sound of rain tapping on the roof. I got up, brewed coffee over a small camping stove, and settled by the window. The rain was steady but not heavy. The woods looked darker and more closed in, the wet leaves glistening under the dull light. I decided to stay inside that day, reading and keeping the fire going. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed something strange. There were faint footprints in the mud near the cabin, outside the porch. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the shape was unmistakably human. The prints were large, heavy, and seemed fresh, probably made just that morning. I felt uneasy. I was alone here. No one was supposed to be around. I checked the lock on the door and made sure the windows were shut tight. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself maybe a hiker or a hunter had passed by earlier. But then, as evening came, the sense of being watched grew stronger. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise, the creak of the cabin, the rustle of branches outside, the tapping of rain, made me jump. I kept the fire burning low, keeping one eye on the window. Around 2 a.m., I was woken by a soft knock on the cabin door. My heart almost stopped. I froze, listening carefully. The knocking came again, slow and deliberate. I sat up, heart racing, and stared toward the door. The cabin was pitch dark outside, the only light coming from the dying embers in the stove. I did not open the door. The knocking stopped. After what felt like hours, I finally drifted back to a restless sleep. The next morning, I found more footprints, this time circling the cabin like a predator stalking its prey. The prints were deeper and heavier. That day, I did not leave the cabin at all. I kept a large kitchen knife on the table in front of me and stayed close to the door, watching the windows. At night, the knocking returned, but this time accompanied by faint breathing or whispers I couldn't make out. It was enough to make my skin crawl. By the fifth day, the rain stopped, but the sky remained gray and overcast. I debated leaving but knew I couldn't drive out in the dark. Then, late afternoon, I heard a branch snap somewhere behind the cabin. I looked out the window. I saw nothing but thick trees and underbrush. Suddenly, a figure moved just between the trees, tall, bulky, wearing dark clothes. The figure stopped and looked in my direction, but I couldn't see the face. I ducked behind the window frame. The figure stayed there for several minutes, motionless. I could hear heavy breathing. Then, slowly, the figure turned and vanished into the trees. My mind raced. Who was this? Why was this person here, watching me? I considered calling the police, but there was no cell phone signal. I thought about hiking out to town, but the woods were thick and the weather cold. That night was the worst. The knocking at the door started early, louder and more violent. I held the knife tight, barely breathing. Then something pounded on the roof, hard, heavy blows. I was terrified. Someone was trying to get inside. I stayed awake all night, heart hammering, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. When dawn finally came, I crept outside carefully. The ground around the cabin was churned up with deep footprints and claw marks on the wooden walls. It was clear. Someone wanted in, someone dangerous. I gathered my things quickly, knowing I couldn't stay one more night. I unlocked the pickup truck and started the engine, glancing back at the cabin one last time. As I drove away down the narrow dirt road, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure following me. I never went back to that cabin. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was. The figure outside was no ghost or myth, just a real person, probably someone who had been watching the cabin for days. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone with worse intentions. The isolated location meant I was vulnerable, and that thought still haunts me. I don't know if that person ever came back after I left, but I'm sure the fear I felt was real and justified. It taught me something important about solitude and safety. Being alone is not always peaceful, and nature can hide threats no one expects. That experience changed how I view isolation. I learned to respect the wild not just for its beauty, but also for its dangers. Since then, I've never gone anywhere without a way to communicate, and I always trust my instincts when something feels off. I hope the cabin is safe now, but if someone rents it again, I'd warn them to be careful. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you imagine, but what's real, hiding in the shadows, watching quietly, waiting. It was October 2014 when I drove out to a stretch of land I'd bought just north of Walla Walla, Washington. It was tucked far from the main road, about 30 minutes down an old logging trail that had barely seen a tire in years. I was 36 back then, freshly separated, living out of a rented duplex, and needing something to keep my hands and head busy. I had this idea that I could build a small off-grid cabin with my own two hands. No electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a cot, and quiet. I've been working on the cabin slowly over the past 3 months, mostly on weekends. My truck was usually loaded down with lumber, tools, and camping gear, and I'd hike the last quarter mile through mud and overgrown brush to reach the site. The spot itself sat on a clearing near a dry creek bed, surrounded by thick pines and a few skeletal cottonwoods that looked like they hadn't seen a healthy spring in decades. By late October, the shell was up. I'd framed the walls and roof, hung a heavy door I got from a salvage yard, and installed the tin roofing myself. It wasn't weathertight yet, but it would stand up to most of what the fall had to offer. I took time off from work on a Friday to head up there and spend the weekend sealing it up. The forecast was calling for rain, but I figured I could knock out the insulation and maybe start on the flooring if I got lucky. The drive out was quiet, just the hum of the tires and the occasional squawk of crows in the tree line. The sky hung heavy with gray, and the air had that cold bite that comes before a real downpour. I parked the truck at the usual spot, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started the slow, muddy trudge down the trail with a bundle of fiberglass insulation rolled awkwardly under my arm. The rain started about halfway in. Not a drizzle either, thick, cold drops that made everything slick and miserable. When I reached the cabin, the first thing I noticed was that something was off. The door was slightly open. Now, I always double-check the latch before I leave. It wasn't the kind of lock that could wiggle open in the wind, just a heavy-duty barrel bolt I installed myself. I tried to tell myself maybe I'd forgotten to slide it closed the last time, but I knew I had. Inside, nothing looked touched. My tools were still neatly stacked under a blue tarp in the corner. The camp cot and my rolled-up sleeping bag were right where I'd left them. A half-empty thermos still sat on the window ledge. I walked around the outside to check for tracks, but the previous night's rain had already wiped any sign of movement from the soft dirt. I pushed the door shut behind me and tried to shake the unease from my gut. It was probably nothing. Still, I didn't like it. I spent the afternoon working. I stapled the insulation into place, trying to keep it dry under the open rafters. My hands were raw and red from the cold and fiberglass. Rain pounded the tin roof hard enough that I had to pause just to hear my own breath. Around 5 p.m., I broke out a can of chili, lit my portable stove, and ate while leaning against the frame of the unfinished wall. I was soaked and tired, but the idea of sleeping in the cabin for the first time felt good, like progress. By nightfall, the wind picked up. It wasn't a breeze. It was the kind that moans through trees and makes you second-guess whether you really did nail down the roof panels right. I got into dry clothes, unrolled the sleeping bag, and tucked myself onto the cot in the corner. The cabin creaked now and then, but it held. Somewhere around midnight, I woke up. Not from a sound, but from silence. That weird, unnatural silence you only notice when it's supposed to be loud. The rain had stopped. The wind had died down. I sat up, eyes adjusting in the dark. The only light came from the sliver of moon through the front window. I felt alert all of a sudden, like something had shifted outside. I stayed still for a long time, listening. Nothing. Then I heard it, a branch snapping. Not close, but not far either. Off toward the creek bed. I told myself it was an elk or a deer, but I've spent years outdoors. I know the sound of hooves on wet ground. This wasn't that. It was careful, slow, one step at a time. I didn't have a gun. I hadn't thought I'd need one. I had a hatchet and I slid it quietly from the toolbox. The metal felt cold in my hand. I moved to the window and tried to see, but the woods were just a wall of black and gray. The steps stopped. Then, all at once, they started again. Fast this time. Running. I froze. My heart hammered so loud I could feel it in my throat. Whatever it was running directly toward the cabin. I backed away from the window and held the hatchet tight. Then it stopped. Just outside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Minutes passed. No knock. No sound. Just that awful stillness. I waited, crouched behind the cot, until my legs went numb. I wanted to turn on my flashlight, but I didn't dare give myself away. I didn't know if it was a person or some animal. I didn't know which would be worse. An hour passed, maybe more. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, wide-eyed and cold, gripping the hatchet and staring at the door. The silence stretched so long I began to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had. Maybe the wind had knocked loose a branch. Maybe then I heard the latch. It wasn't loud. It was a quiet click, like fingers fumbling gently with the bolt. But the thing is, I never told anyone how to open it. I never showed anyone where the cabin was. And yet something was there trying it from the outside. They didn't try to force it, just clicked it gently, then stopped. I stayed still until morning. When light finally filtered through the trees, I stood slowly and crept to the door. The bolt was still shut, but there, in the mud just outside, were footprints. Not boots, not paws, bare feet, long toes, narrow heels. The kind you don't see in woods like these. Whoever it was had stood there for a long time. The prints were sunk deep. I packed up everything and left. Hauled the insulation and tools back to the truck and didn't look back once. I drove straight to town and spent the day in a coffee shop just watching people and waiting for the nerves to settle. That night, I slept in a motel off the highway with the blinds closed and a chair wedged under the knob. I didn't go back for 2 weeks. I kept trying to convince myself it was just some transient, someone passing through, but the tracks didn't make sense. You'd have to hike for hours barefoot through thorny brush and cold mud to reach that spot. No one sane would do that. When I did return, it was during daylight. I brought a friend, someone who'd done security work in Alaska. We brought rifles and walked the perimeter before going inside. The prints were long gone, washed away by more rain. But there was something else. Hanging on the door handle was a piece of old cloth, tied in a tight knot. It hadn't been there before. Faded red flannel, the kind you see in old hunting jackets. It was wet, but it hadn't been there long. I took it down and burned it right there in the fire pit. The smoke smelled off like mold and oil. We didn't find anything else. No signs of forced entry, no trash, no camps nearby. Nothing. I finished the cabin over the next month, but I never stayed there again. I drive out, hammer a few boards, then head back to town by sunset. The place didn't feel right after that night. Not haunted, just watched. Like something knew I was there, and it hadn't left. I ended up selling the land the following spring. Got less than I paid, but I didn't care. The buyer was some retired guy who wanted a hunting getaway. I didn't tell him what happened. What would I even say? That someone barefoot came running through the woods at night and tried the door? I drive past the trailhead every now and then when I'm out that way. There's never a car parked there. Sometimes I wonder if he still uses the place, if he's still alive. I learned something out there. Sometimes you think you're alone because you want to be. You convince yourself you are. But the woods don't care about that. And neither do the people who've been living in them long before you showed up with your shiny tools and naive ideas. I built that cabin to find peace. Instead, I found proof I was never really alone. And that's enough for me. It was late autumn in 1997 when I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road in rural Montana, the kind of place where cell service was just a rumor and the closest neighbor was miles away. I was 29, and after years of living in the city, I was desperate for a change, a real break from the noise and stress. A friend of a friend had told me about a small farm cabin for rent out here, a place to get some peace, work with my hands, and maybe figure out what I wanted next in life. The road twisted through patches of dying cornfields and thick forests. The leaves burnt orange and brown under the low gray sky. The air smelled like wet earth and old wood, crisp and cold with a hint of rain coming. I packed enough for a week, but honestly, I didn't plan to stay that long. I just wanted a weekend away to clear my head. The cabin was small, barely big enough for one person, but it looked solid, built with rough pine logs and a steep roof that had already started gathering moss. The windows were dirty and clouded from years of neglect, and the porch sagged a little on one side. It sat alone at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by thick woods on three sides, and an old rusty wire fence that was bent and broken in several places. There was no electricity or running water, just a well out back and a wood stove inside. I parked my car near the porch and grabbed my bags, my boots crunching on the dry grass. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, with a faint moldy edge. There was a tiny kitchen area with a rusted sink and a wood-fired stove, a small table with two chairs, and a bed covered in a rough wool blanket. A pile of firewood was stacked by the door, and an old lantern hung from a hook on the wall. I dropped my things and took a deep breath. This was exactly the kind of place I needed. Quiet, simple, far from everything. That first evening, I gathered some dry wood from the porch and built a fire in the stove. The crackling flames filled the cabin with warmth and light. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and carrying the smell of rain closer. I cooked a simple meal from canned beans and some stale bread I had brought, and sat by the fire, staring at the flickering shadows. As the night deepened, I heard the usual sounds of the forest, owls hooting, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the occasional snap of a branch. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years. I felt safe, for a while, but around midnight the quiet started to change. The wind died down suddenly, and everything felt too still. I heard a faint sound, something like footsteps crunching in the dry leaves outside. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But the noise was slow and deliberate, steady like someone walking carefully around the edge of the clearing. My heart started to beat faster. I grabbed the old hunting rifle I had brought, mostly for peace of mind, and crept to the window. Outside, the clearing was bathed in pale moonlight, the trees casting long, dark shadows. I couldn't see anything clearly, but the sounds kept coming, step by step, slow and careful. Then silence again. I waited for what felt like an hour, my eyes scanning the dark woods. The wind kicked up again, and the sounds stopped. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, that maybe I'd heard a fox or some other animal. I put the rifle down and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. The next morning, I found fresh footprints in the mud just outside the porch. They were boot prints, too big for any animal, but the pattern wasn't clear. Someone had been here overnight. That was the moment I realized I wasn't alone. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I chopped wood, fetched water from the well, and tried to enjoy the silence. But the feeling of being watched never left. Every night, the footsteps returned. They circled the cabin, stopping just out of sight. I would sit by the fire, clutching the rifle, listening to every sound. One afternoon, I decided to explore the woods around the cabin. I walked for miles, the trees thick and unmoving, the ground soft with moss and leaves. I found old rusted tools and broken fences, remnants of the farm's long-forgotten past. The place had been abandoned for decades, the land slowly returning to nature. As I walked back, the sun dipped low and the shadows grew long. I heard a snap behind me, a branch breaking. I turned sharply, but no one was there. My heart pounded. I hurried back to the cabin, the feeling of unease growing heavier. That night, the footsteps were louder, closer. I could hear the crunch of leaves, the scrape of boots on gravel. Then something else, a low, steady breathing. Not animal, not wind. Human. I didn't sleep. I sat by the stove, rifle in hand, waiting for dawn. On the fourth day, I found signs of someone else's presence. A fresh campfire pit about 100 yards from the cabin, with charred wood and ashes still warm. Nearby, a makeshift shelter built from branches and tarps. Someone had been watching me. I started to think about leaving, but the dirt road was now slick with rain, turning to mud and making my car nearly impossible to start. I was stuck. That night, the footsteps came again. This time, I could hear them walking right up to the cabin. The door rattled as if someone tried to open it. I raised the rifle, ready to defend myself, but nothing happened. No one came inside. The footsteps faded into the woods. The next morning, I decided to confront whoever was out there. I packed a bag with food and water, grabbed the rifle, and headed toward the campfire site. As I approached, I spotted something half buried in the mud, a leather wallet. Inside was a driver's license with a name I didn't recognize, a few crumpled bills, and some pictures. I studied the pictures. They showed a man, maybe mid-30s, with dark hair and a hard face. The pictures were old, faded, but it was clear someone cared about him. I wondered if he was the one lurking around my cabin. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, rifle raised. A man stood there, soaked from the rain, eyes dark and tired. He didn't say anything. His face was hard, and his hands were clenched. I didn't lower my rifle. Neither did he. For a long moment, we just stared. Then he slowly raised his hands and turned, disappearing back into the woods. I didn't chase him. I returned to the cabin, heart pounding, and locked every door and window. I spent the next day preparing for a quick escape. When the rain finally stopped, the road dried enough to drive out. Before leaving, I looked back at the cabin once more. It felt like the forest had swallowed it whole again, waiting for the next person brave enough to come out here. I never went back, but sometimes I still think about those footsteps at night, the man in the woods, and the quiet farm cabin that was never truly mine. It was the first week of November 2014 when I drove out to a hunting cabin in eastern Oregon. I had just turned 32 and was trying to pull myself together after a rough year. My cousin Adam had offered to let me use his place while he and his family were down in Sacramento. He knew I'd been going through a stretch of personal things I didn't really want to talk about. My girlfriend had left earlier that spring, and my job at the warehouse was wearing me down in every way. I needed some space and some time, and I thought a few days alone in the woods would be the best way to reset. The quiet always helped. The cabin wasn't big. One room with a small kitchenette, an old iron stove in the corner, and a cot by the only window that overlooked the tree line to the west. It sat about 15 miles off any paved road, with no cell signal for miles. Adam had it set up with a generator and a rain barrel for water collection, but there was no plumbing and barely any insulation. Just enough to keep warm if you kept the fire going. It was the kind of place where you woke up with your breath hanging in the air during the colder months. I got there just after noon. The drive took longer than I remembered. Twisting dirt roads, some of them washed out a bit from early rain. I parked the truck beside the cabin and took my gear inside. I had 2 coolers of food, my sleeping bag, my rifle, and a few other basics. I also brought a trail cam I had picked up cheap from a guy in La Grande. I wasn't really expecting to see anything big this trip. I just wanted to sit in the woods for a while and breathe again. The first day was uneventful. I set up the camera by an old deer path about 100 yards from the cabin. There were a few faint prints in the dirt and signs of scraping on the trees. Might have been elk or even bear. The area hadn't seen much pressure from other hunters, so the wildlife moved fairly freely. I didn't bring bait, just left the camera to pick up whatever passed by naturally. That night, I lit a small fire in the stove, made some canned chili, and laid back on the cot with a flashlight and a beat-up paperback I brought along. The silence out there was thick, the kind that wraps around you and makes your own breathing sound loud. I slept okay the first night. Not great. I kept waking up to the occasional snapping twig or the creaking of the old wood cabin, but I told myself it was just the wind or animals moving through. I'd been in cabins before. You learn not to jump at every sound. The next morning, I hiked out toward the northern ridge, maybe half a mile, and found a small clearing where I waited for a while. I had my rifle with me, but I didn't fire a shot, just sat still and watched the woods. Around noon, I headed back, ate, checked the trail cam, and saw nothing but some squirrels and a blurry raccoon. No big deal. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But that night, things started to feel different. Around 2 in the morning, I was lying on the cot with my sleeping bag zipped up tight. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. Something just kept me wired. I stared out the window at the dark tree line and listened. I couldn't see much, but I could hear something, faint crunching. Not steady. A few steps, then silence. Then again. Slow. Deliberate. Not like a deer, not like a bear. And not close enough to be a threat yet, but enough to wake the hairs on my neck. I sat up slowly and looked out the window, keeping the flashlight off. There was nothing visible in the dark, but I knew something was moving just beyond the light's edge. I waited. After a while, the steps faded, and I finally drifted off sometime near dawn. When I woke up, the sun was already climbing, and the ground outside was wet from dew. I stepped out and circled the cabin, looking for signs of tracks. That's when I found the marks in the dirt on the east side. Shallow boot prints, not mine. Smaller, like someone wearing a size 9 or 10. I wear 11s. The prints were old enough that they weren't sharp, but they weren't mine. And they weren't from Adam either. He wore 12s, and his boots had deep treads. These were smoother, almost like casual hiking boots. I felt the kind of cold that doesn't come from the wind. I told myself it could have been from days ago. Maybe someone hiked through the area. But I knew the signs. I grew up hunting and tracking. Those prints weren't that old. Maybe a day, 2 max. I kept my rifle close after that. That day, I stayed closer to the cabin, checking the trees for signs of trail markers or fresh blazes. But nothing suggested someone had passed through recently. No wrappers, no fresh cuts, no trash. Just those boot prints and the soft crunch of something that night. That evening, I didn't start a fire in the stove. I wanted the inside of the cabin to be quiet. I ate a cold sandwich and stayed dressed in my boots and coat, sitting on the edge of the cot with the rifle propped against my leg. I didn't like the idea of scaring myself, but I liked the idea of not being ready even less. Around midnight, I started hearing it again, this time closer. The steps were soft but definite, moving along the side of the cabin, then pausing, then continuing. It was circling. Whoever it was wasn't trying to break in or talk, just slowly walking the perimeter. I held my breath, listening. Then I heard something faint but sharp, metal lightly tapping wood. It might have been a zipper pull brushing the siding, or maybe something else. I didn't move. I just stayed frozen on the cot. Eventually, the sounds drifted off again, but I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I walked a wider perimeter. That's when I found the second set of prints, different treads, bigger than the first. These had deeper lugs, more like heavy boots. Now there were at least 2 people, or 2 sets of tracks. One moving light and closed, the other heavier, wider. Neither set was mine. I started packing that morning. Something was wrong. I had 3 days left on my plan, but I didn't like how things were adding up. I figured I'd check the trail cam one last time and then start loading the truck. When I got out there to retrieve it, I stopped cold. The camera was gone. Not knocked over, not broken, just gone. The strap that had held it to the tree was lying on the ground like someone had carefully unbuckled it. And that part scared me more than anything. A bear or coyote might break it. Someone messing around might throw it. But unstrapping it carefully? That was a message. I spun around and scanned the woods, but I couldn't see anything through the pines. My rifle was slung over my shoulder, and I tightened my grip on it as I walked backward toward the cabin. I kept my eyes on the trees the whole way back. I didn't even go inside. I grabbed the cooler, my rifle case, and shoved everything into the back of the truck. I had already locked the cabin, but something in me didn't even want to step through the door again. Then I noticed something new, wedged under the front left tire of the truck. A stick about a foot long, thin but clearly placed there. Not broken naturally, set at an angle like it had been jammed under the tire intentionally. I knew what it meant. They were watching. They knew I was going to leave, and they wanted me to know they knew. I didn't look around again. I just got in the truck and started it up. The stick snapped under the weight of the tire as I backed out. I drove fast, probably too fast for those dirt roads, but I didn't stop until I was past the tree line and back on asphalt. When I finally pulled into a gas station outside of Pendleton, I realized my hands were still shaking. I sat there with the engine running, just breathing, trying to think. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? That someone walked around my cabin and stole a camera? That someone left a stick under my tire? I didn't want to sound crazy, but I knew it had been real. Back home, I told Adam everything. He believed me, but said he hadn't had anything like that happen in the years he'd owned the place. Said maybe someone was squatting nearby or passing through. Maybe someone didn't want others hunting in the area. It was public land beyond the cabin property line, and not everyone likes company. He ended up putting up a new camera system, wired this time. I haven't been back since. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't packed up that morning. If I had stayed one more night. If I had confronted them. I still don't know what they wanted, or why they didn't just walk away after that first night. But I think about the steps circling the cabin. I think about the missing camera and the stick under my tire. And I know this much for sure. Whoever was out there didn't want to be seen. And they didn't want me there either. I've gone hunting since then, but never alone, and never that far out. That cabin still sits there, quiet under the pines. But I'm not going back. Not ever. It was late October of 2017 when I finally decided to head up to that patch of land I bought 2 years earlier. I was 31 back then. My name's Drew. I had been saving up for a while, working night shifts as a maintenance guy at a warehouse in southern Idaho. I wanted a place to escape on weekends, something far from people, quiet and still. I found this 6-acre property just west of Thompson Falls, Montana. It was wooded, hilly, and cheap. It didn't have anything on it. No driveway, no cabin, nothing. Just land and trees and the kind of silence you only get when you're far from the road. That year, I finally got a week off from work, and I told myself it was time to get started on building the first structure. A small dry cabin. Nothing fancy, just a one-room shelter with a wood stove and a small deck. I planned to come back up on weekends, but for now, I'd spend a few days working alone. I packed up my pickup with tools, lumber, canned food, water jugs, a cot, and a tarp. I didn't bring a tent. I figured I'd get the frame and roof up by the second day, and I could sleep inside by then. It wasn't going to be insulated or finished, but it would keep me out of the weather. The drive up from Idaho was long and quiet, just how I like it. As I got closer to the property, the roads turned from paved to gravel, then gravel to dirt. The last stretch wasn't much of a road at all, just a trail with ruts and loose rock. I parked the truck about 30 yards in where it flattened out and got to work. It was cool out, maybe in the 40s and overcast. I could smell rain in the air, but the clouds were still high. I figured I had time. The first day went slow. The ground wasn't level where I wanted to build, so I had to dig out part of the hillside by hand. I didn't have a machine for that, just a spade and a pickaxe. I spent the first 6 hours digging and clearing and trying to square off the space. The trees were thick around me, mostly fir and pine. I cleared a few small ones and left the bigger ones. I liked the idea of the cabin being tucked into the trees. Felt private, quiet. By sundown, I had the base leveled, the post holes dug, and a few beams laid out. My hands were blistered even through my gloves, and my lower back was tight. I threw a tarp between 2 trees, set up my cot underneath, and cooked up some beans with a camp stove. That night, it rained lightly, just a mist coming through the trees. It wasn't much.
I slepte fine.
The second day, I woke up early. The sky was gray again. I made coffee on the stove, ate a cold Pop-Tart, and got back to it. I worked until late afternoon and got the floor built and the wall frames up. I didn't have help, so raising each wall was a slow process. I'd nail braces to the bottom, prop them up with a ladder, and adjust one side at a time. There were moments where the wind would pick up and catch the frame just enough to make it wobble, and I'd freeze in place, afraid it might fall. But it held. By evening, I had all 4 walls standing and braced. No roof yet, just a square skeleton in the woods. The clouds looked darker now, heavy and low. I ate quickly and set up my cot inside the cabin frame, under a tarp I stretched across the top. It wasn't perfect, but I felt better sleeping inside those 4 walls, even if they were open to the wind. That night, the rain came heavier. Not a storm, just steady and wet. The tarp dripped in a few places, and I had to shift my sleeping bag to stay dry. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a noise outside, a branch snapping, not a small twig, something thick. I lay still, listening. Then I heard footsteps, not animal footsteps, human, slow, steady, squishing in the wet leaves. It came from the uphill side of the cabin, out past the trees I hadn't cleared. I held my breath. I had a hatchet under my sleeping bag. I kept it there out of habit. I didn't move, just stayed still, listening. The steps stopped near the edge of the frame, maybe 10 feet from where I lay. I couldn't see anything through the tarp and darkness, just the sound of water dripping and wind in the trees. I waited. After maybe a minute, the steps started again, moving off into the woods. I didn't sleep much after that. By morning, I convinced myself it was just an animal. A deer, maybe an elk. Something heavy-footed. Still, I kept the hatchet on my belt the whole next day. I didn't have a gun. I regretted that. Day 3 was colder. The rain came and went, sometimes just mist, sometimes full-on showers. I got the roof beams up, laid out the plywood, and started tacking down tar paper. I didn't have shingles yet, those would come later. The goal was just to keep the rain off. I worked fast. My hands were numb by the end of it, but I finished. I finally had a real roof and I was soaked, but I felt proud. That night, I slept inside the frame, dry and off the ground, on my cot. Felt good. The walls still had gaps, but the rain couldn't touch me. I sat for a while in the dark, listening to the forest. Then I heard that sound again. Footsteps. Same slow pace, same squish through the leaves. Closer this time. I sat up and grabbed the hatchet. I didn't make a sound. The steps circled the cabin. I heard them on the uphill side, then behind me, then downhill, then they stopped. I stayed still for a long time. At one point, I whispered out, but I got no reply, and I felt stupid for even doing that. There was no one to answer. Whoever or whatever it was, they didn't speak. They just walked and stopped and walked again. Eventually, the steps faded. I didn't sleep at all. The 4th day, I checked around the cabin first thing. I looked for prints, but the ground was too wet and torn up from my own boots. I couldn't tell if anyone had been there. Nothing looked disturbed. I kept working anyway. I closed up the walls with plywood and started framing the small deck out front. I could hear the river below the hill, maybe a quarter mile off. That sound kept me grounded.
Familiar.
Peaceful. By now I was tired. Not just sore, mentally tired. That kind of exhaustion you get when your nerves stay tight for too long. Every crack in the forest made me turn my head. Every bird call made me freeze. The wind in the trees started sounding like whispers. That night, the rain came hard. It slammed the roof and ran off the edge like a faucet. I had a small battery lantern inside, and I kept it on. I didn't want full darkness. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the deck. A boot. I swear it was a boot. Stepped once, wood on wood, then again. I didn't move. There was no door yet, just an opening where one would be. I sat up slowly and held the hatchet tight. The light inside the cabin didn't shine far, but I saw a shadow, tall, unmoving, just outside the door frame. It didn't speak, didn't come in. It stood there for what felt like 10 minutes. Then it was gone. I didn't hear it walk away, just silence.
I steiet av vacke till dawn.
The next morning, I didn't want to move. I didn't want to go outside. I packed up slowly. I didn't finish the deck. I left the last of the plywood inside, gathered my tools, and walked to the truck with my head on a swivel. I didn't see anything in the trees.
No footprints.
Nothing moved, but I felt watched. I drove out that day, took the long road back. Every now and then I'd glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting someone to be walking down the trail behind me. Back home, I tried not to think about it. I told myself it was probably a hunter, or maybe someone living off-grid nearby. Maybe I was on someone's land and didn't know it. But deep down, I knew something was off. 3 weeks later, I went back up with a friend from work, just to check on the cabin. We didn't stay long. The plywood I left inside was gone. Nothing else had been touched, just the plywood. We found a pile of wet clothes stuffed into a black garbage bag under the deck frame. Men's clothes, moldy, worn. My friend said nothing, but we both agreed we wouldn't sleep up there again until I built a real door. A lock, something. It's 2025 now, and I've finished the cabin. It's tight, insulated, and has a solid steel door. I still go up there sometimes, but I never go alone. Not anymore. And when it rains, I always stay awake a little longer, listening. I never saw the man's face, but I know he was real. I was 32 when I took a break from everything and stayed at that old farm cabin in Kansas. It was the fall of 2017, and I'd just gone through a bitter breakup and lost a job I'd given nearly a decade of my life to. I was burned out and my head was too loud. A friend of mine from college, Dan, had inherited a bunch of rural land from his uncle, and among the acres of wheat fields and overgrown pastures was a one-room log cabin that hadn't been touched in years. He offered to let me stay there for as long as I needed. I said yes without thinking twice. The land was about an hour west of Salina, Kansas, dry, flat, with barely any trees except some windbreaks by the house and barn. Dan didn't live there himself. He lived down in Texas and only came up once or twice a year to keep an eye on things. There were no neighbors nearby, just miles of farmland, dirt roads, and sky. I drove out in late October. The sun was warm during the day, but the nights had already started to get cold. The cabin sat near the edge of a dry field. No animals were being raised there anymore. The barn 100 feet behind it looked like it hadn't housed anything in years. The boards were warped from rain and heat. Half the roof was collapsed. It leaned a little to the left like an old man with bad hips. Still, something about it caught my attention more than the cabin did. The cabin was simple. One room with a bed, a wood stove, an old fridge that didn't work, and a table with 2 chairs. The windows were single-pane glass, no curtains. You could see clear across the field in every direction. It smelled like dry wood and mouse droppings. I had to clean out a few old nests from corners. There was no plumbing, just a rusted well pump outside that miraculously still worked, and an outhouse behind the barn. It felt like stepping 100 years into the past. The first couple days were fine. I chopped some firewood from a half-dead elm nearby and got the stove going. I slept better than I had in months. No cell service, no internet, no noise except the wind, coyotes, and the creaking of the cabin walls at night. It was what I needed, just me, the cold air, and quiet. But after 3 days, I started noticing things that made me feel watched. The first thing was the tracks. On the 4th morning, I stepped out early, before the sun had burned off the night chill. I was carrying a bucket to the well when I saw fresh boot prints in the dirt leading up to the cabin. Not mine. These were wider, heavier. The stride was different too. I double-checked my own prints to compare. The ones I saw didn't match my boots at all. They came up from behind the barn, curved around to the window by the bed, and then disappeared back toward the barn. No tire tracks, no horse prints, no indication of how the person got there. I thought maybe it was an old hunter or a squatter, maybe just someone passing through. But I didn't hear anything the night before. The leaves around the cabin were dry, and the sticks snapped loudly underfoot. I should have heard something, but it had been dead quiet. I walked around for half an hour, checking behind the barn and into the trees lining the field to the west. Nothing. I even shouted once or twice. No one answered. I told myself maybe the tracks were older than I thought. Maybe the wind had cleared the dust and made them look fresh. That night, I stayed up late by the stove, sipping warm beer and reading an old hunting magazine I found in the cabinet. Every time the stove popped or a mouse scratched inside the wall, I looked up. I slept badly that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard something. Footsteps, maybe, or the sound of someone breathing. But each time I sat up, it was just me and the dark room. The next day, I checked the area again. No new tracks. The ones from the day before were still there, but looked like they'd softened a bit in the wind. I started to feel better. Maybe it had been my imagination. That night, I fell asleep easier, but just before dawn, I woke up cold. Not because the fire was out, I'd kept it going, but because I felt something was wrong. The feeling that I wasn't alone was so strong, I sat up and grabbed the hatchet I kept beside the bed. I didn't hear anything at first. The cabin was quiet. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard it, from the direction of the barn. A scraping sound, long and slow, like something heavy being dragged across dirt or gravel. It stopped. Then it came again. I stood there in the dark for maybe 10 minutes, not moving. The sound came again, drag, drag, then silence. When the sky started turning gray, I finally stepped out and walked toward the barn. There was nothing.
No footprints. No marks.
Nothing out of place except that the barn door, which I'd remembered as stuck shut from before, was slightly open. Just a few inches, like someone had pried it. I went back to the cabin, packed some of my things, and decided to drive into town to pick up a trail cam. I told myself I'd catch a raccoon or coyote on camera, just to calm my nerves. The nearest hardware store was 45 minutes away. I bought 2 cheap trail cameras and some canned food. When I got back that afternoon, I installed one facing the cabin door and one pointed at the barn entrance. That night, I kept the fire low and tried not to think. I read until I couldn't keep my eyes open. At some point during the night, I heard something again. Soft footsteps in the dirt. I didn't move. I waited, heart pounding. The sound stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. First thing in the morning, I checked the trail cams. The one facing the cabin caught nothing. The one at the barn? Dead batteries. They were brand new. I put them in myself. The timestamp on the last photo was from just a few minutes after I'd gone to bed. Then nothing. The batteries had died less than an hour after dark. I went to check the barn in daylight. The door was still open a crack. Inside, it was darker than I expected, and the roof had a big hole that let in pale sunlight. There were piles of broken wood, an old ladder, rusted tools, and something I didn't notice the first time. A hole in the floor at the far end, hidden under loose boards. It was about 4 feet across and looked like it had been dug out by hand a long time ago. Not a well, not a root cellar, just a hole, deep and black. I dropped a stone in and waited. Took a long time to hit anything. When it did, it sounded soft, like dirt or maybe old hay. I didn't like it. I left the barn door open after that. I wanted to see if it moved. That night, I slept with the hatchet on my chest and a flashlight in my hand. The wind picked up after midnight. The cabin creaked louder than usual. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I thought I heard something again. Footsteps outside, then something brushing against the wall. I stayed still. My breathing was the only sound I could hear. Then the cabin door creaked, just a little. It didn't open, but I swear I heard it flex on the hinges. I didn't move. I stayed like that until sunrise. When I got up, I checked the trail cam again. The one by the cabin had captured something. Just one photo, a blurry figure standing by the barn, facing the camera. It looked like a man, tall with a thick coat, boots, and what looked like a cloth sack in one hand. His face was turned slightly away, caught in motion. The photo was taken just after 2:30 a.m. I looked at it for a long time. Then I threw the trail cam in the cabin and walked around the property again. Nothing. No sign of him, but there were new boot prints. He'd come up from the south this time, near the edge of the field, walked past the barn, stood there for a while, and then turned back. I didn't know if he'd seen the camera. I didn't know if he even knew I was there, but I had a bad feeling. The next day, I drove into town again. I tried to ask around without sounding crazy. I asked the guy at the hardware store if there were any squatters or known trespassers in the area. He just shrugged and said most folks stayed on their own land. He hadn't heard of anything. I bought a bigger flashlight, more batteries, and another lock for the cabin door. When I got back, I locked the door from the inside with both the latch and the new padlock I installed. That night, I didn't sleep. I just lay there waiting. At 3:12 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, coming closer. Then they stopped. I could hear the breathing, not mine, outside the cabin wall, shallow and slow. Then the window creaked, like someone pressing their hands against the glass. I held my breath. It didn't break, but I could feel him there. I didn't move until dawn. When I opened the door, there were fresh prints again, right up to the window, palm prints on the glass, and a dead rabbit on the step. His neck had been broken, laid carefully, almost neatly. That was it for me. I packed everything I could fit in the truck and left before the sun was fully up. I didn't look back at the barn or the hole or the woods. I drove straight until I hit Salina, then got on the interstate and didn't stop until I crossed into Colorado. I called Dan the next day and told him I'd left early. I didn't give him details. He said it was fine, that the land was probably going to be sold anyway. I didn't ask who else knew it was still there. It's been years now. I still have the trail cam photo. Sometimes I look at it. The man standing there, just barely caught in the motion blur. I still don't know who he was, but he knew I was there. He came back night after night. He never broke in. He never spoke, but he got closer each time. The last night, he was right at the window. Maybe if I'd stayed one more night, he would have come in. But I didn't, and I don't ever plan to go back. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided to take some time off. I'd been working 12-hour shifts as a building inspector in Boise, Idaho, and the pressure had been building for months. I wasn't eating well. I wasn't sleeping much. I needed to be alone. So I planned a trip to a remote cabin in the Kaibab National Forest in northern Arizona, about 30 miles south of Jacob Lake. A guy I used to work with, Travis, had a cousin who owned a small off-grid cabin out there. Said it was the perfect place to disappear for a while. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just a few miles of dirt road, trees, and quiet. I'd brought everything I thought I'd need. Non-perishable food, propane, water containers, a folding cot, thick blankets, a solar battery pack for flashlights, and my portable stove. I even packed a rifle and a sidearm because the area was known for mountain lions. I wasn't a big hunter or anything, but I didn't want to be caught empty-handed. The cabin itself was older but solid. It sat at the edge of a thin clearing surrounded by dense pines and brush, about 100 yards from a dry creek bed. The place had one small bedroom, a main room with a table and an old iron stove, and a dusty little outhouse about 50 feet out back. There were some animal traps stored on the side of the porch, and a few rusted tools hanging from hooks along the wall. Whoever had lived there last hadn't been back in a while. Dust on every surface, dead insects in the windowsills, rat droppings in the corner of the pantry. I spent the first day cleaning and setting up. I fixed the door hinge, swept the floors, set my supplies in order. The first night was uneventful. Cold air seeped through the window gaps, and I could hear the wind whisper through the trees. I was used to noise back in Boise, sirens, cars, late night shouting from the neighbors. Here, the silence was almost too heavy. It sat on your shoulders. By the second night, I'd begun to relax. I spent most of the day hiking around the area, taking mental notes of the terrain. The hills around the cabin were covered in thick woods, and I came across old animal tracks in the dirt, mostly elk and deer. I even saw some scat that looked like it could be coyote. I kept my rifle slung over my shoulder just in case. That night, I cooked some rice and canned chili on the little stove and sat on the porch in the dark, listening. There was a moment I remember clearly, around 10 o'clock, when I heard something in the distance. At first, I thought it was just a coyote howl, but it had a strange echo to it. It dragged too long and ended abruptly, like someone trying to mimic a howl and not doing a very good job. But I didn't think too much of it. Just weird animal sounds in the dark. It wasn't until the third day that things started to feel wrong. I woke up just after dawn and went outside to relieve myself. As I walked around the side of the cabin, I saw something in the dirt. Footprints. Human ones. But they were barefoot. The toes were long and thin, and they pointed inward slightly, like the feet were pigeon-toed. I knelt down and looked closer. The prints led up from the tree line to the side of the cabin, then doubled back. There were no shoe marks, just those long, flat feet. It had rained slightly during the night, and the tracks were fresh, probably no more than a few hours old. I immediately circled the cabin, rifle in hand, but didn't see anyone. No movement in the woods.
No noise.
Just that cold wind and the sound of pine needles brushing against themselves. I spent the rest of the day trying to rationalize it. Maybe someone had been camping nearby and wandered through. Maybe some crazy hermit was living out here. It was public land after all, and I wasn't the only one who knew how to find solitude out here. But something about those prints stuck with me. They were too clean, too straight, like the person had been walking directly toward the cabin with a purpose. That night, I barely slept. I kept the rifle on my lap as I sat inside with the lantern turned down low. I didn't hear anything for hours. The wind died down around midnight, and the forest fell into this thick, complete silence. Not even an owl. And then, maybe around 2 in the morning, I heard movement. Not loud. Just a soft crunching in the leaves, off to the left side of the cabin. Then a twig snapped. Then nothing. I didn't go out to look. I just sat there, heart racing, every muscle stiff. I waited until the sky began to lighten. The next morning, I found more prints. Same feet, same direction. This time, they led all the way up to the front porch and stopped right at the door. There was a faint smudge on the handle, like someone with dirty hands had touched it. Not enough to open the door, just a single grip. That changed everything. I packed my gear into the truck and drove 30 miles to the nearest ranger station. It took an hour and a half to get there because of the dirt road. When I arrived, I asked if anyone had reported vagrants or strange activity in the area. The ranger was a short guy with a beard and a faded green jacket. He looked through a folder and shook his head. No reports. Nothing weird. He said most people didn't come that deep into the forest during the fall, especially with elk season coming up. I debated leaving. I really did. I even got as far as the gas station back near Fredonia. But something pulled me back. I told myself it was paranoia, just cabin fever, that I needed to finish the week I'd planned and not let one weird event ruin it. So I went back. I shouldn't have. The 5th day, I didn't leave the cabin at all. I kept the rifle loaded and near my side. I only stepped out briefly to collect some water and relieve myself. I kept the fire low. I made coffee and tried to read, but I couldn't focus. Every sound outside put me on edge. Around sunset, I heard rustling near the creek bed. I stayed low, cracked the window, and listened. I couldn't see anything through the trees. Then I heard a sharp, low whistle, like someone calling a dog. One single note, then silence. No one should have been out there. I waited for hours. Nothing followed. I slept in 2-hour intervals, waking up to scan the windows and check the door. By now, I had nailed a wooden plank across the front entrance and used an old chair to wedge it shut from the inside. On the 6th day, I saw them. It was early morning. The fog hadn't lifted yet, and the whole forest looked like it was covered in smoke. I stepped out onto the porch, rifle in hand, and looked out toward the tree line. That's when I saw something move behind the trees. Not a deer, not a bear. It was a man, or at least I think it was. He stood partially behind a tree, only half visible, just inside the mist. No clothes that I could see. His skin was pale, ashy. He didn't move like a normal person. His body twitched slightly, like he couldn't stand still. His arms hung too low, and his shoulders jutted forward like he'd dislocated them. His head was tilted to the side, almost too far to be natural. He didn't make a sound, just stared. I raised the rifle, shouted, even though I told myself I wouldn't speak. He didn't flinch. He just slowly moved behind the tree and disappeared into the fog. I fired one shot into the air, then backed into the cabin and locked the door. My breathing was ragged. I could feel my hands trembling. That image, his face or lack of one, I wasn't sure, stayed with me. I didn't sleep that night. On the 7th day, I planned to leave. I woke early and stuffed my pack. But when I got to my truck, I found something that nearly made me puke. The tires had been slashed. All 4, deep cuts, not with a knife, looked like claws, or something jagged like torn metal. There were long scratches along the side of the truck bed, and a chunk of raw meat, what looked like animal flesh, was stuffed into the wheel well. Blood had dripped down the side panel overnight. I locked myself inside the cabin and stayed there until nightfall, waiting, watching. Every now and then I'd see movement in the distance, a flash of skin, a shape darting between trees. They weren't trying to hide. They wanted me to see. That night, I set up my final plan. I had one flare. I tied my pack tight, loaded the rifle with my last rounds, and waited until the first signs of morning. Then I left the cabin on foot, heading northeast toward the service road, hoping I'd find someone. I hiked for 6 hours before I finally heard the hum of an engine. A hunter in a beat-up Chevy stopped and picked me up. He asked if I was okay. I didn't answer, couldn't. I just pointed toward the forest behind me. By the time I got to the nearest sheriff's office, I gave them everything I could remember, descriptions, tracks, what I saw. They filed a report. That was it. No one investigated the cabin. No one went back to check the tracks. I never found out who or what was out there, but I know it wasn't an animal. It wasn't some ghost story. It was a person or people trying to act like something else, twisting themselves into something broken, watching, waiting, trying to get in. That cabin was torn down the following spring after a Forest Service sweep found it had no proper permits. The guy who owned it didn't contest it, said it was time. I never went back, and I won't. It was early October 2016 when I drove up to a cabin in Northumberland for what I thought would be a quiet break. I had just turned 34 a week before and wanted time away from people, traffic, work, and all the noise that seems to grow heavier every year. I worked in Manchester in construction planning and barely took holidays. When I did, I wanted nothing but stillness and space. A friend of mine had told me about this small, old cabin he rented once deep in the Kielder Forest area. He said it was basic but had heat, power, a wood stove, and privacy. I booked it for 4 nights. It was a 4-hour drive, and the last 30 miles were mostly winding, empty roads through dense forest. I lost phone signal halfway there and didn't get it back the rest of the trip. The place was as remote as it gets. The cabin wasn't in a holiday park or on a farm, but sat alone in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and spruce trees. A rough gravel track led to it, and the only sign that someone had been around recently were faint tire marks in the mud that looked weeks old. The structure itself was old, with greenish-brown wooden walls that had gone soft with age. The windows were thick glass, small and dusty. There was one main room with a wood burner, an old couch, and a small kitchen. A short hallway led to a bedroom and a bathroom with weak plumbing. The water ran, but the pressure was low, and it smelled a bit metallic. Still, it was enough. I brought food, a big backpack of clothes, and some books. I unpacked, lit a fire, and by sundown the whole place was warm and peaceful. That first night, I didn't feel anything strange. I read for a bit, made a simple dinner, and listened to the quiet outside. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire and wind moving through the trees. I remember sitting in the wooden chair by the window, staring out into the blackness. No stars were visible, and even though I knew the trees were just a few meters away, I couldn't see them. It was like the forest swallowed every bit of light. I felt alone, but in a calm, welcomed way. I went to bed early and slept well. The second day, I hiked for hours. There were trails nearby, some marked and others not. I wandered along a small river, climbed a ridge, and even saw a herd of deer in the distance. I didn't see another person or building the whole time. That isolation was what I had come for. I got back to the cabin around 5 p.m., muddy and tired, and made some eggs and toast. After a hot shower, I felt like I had settled into the place properly. It was that second night when things shifted a little. I was sitting outside on the front step with a coat wrapped around me, watching the trees sway. The air was sharp, but I liked how still everything was. As I was about to head back inside, I thought I saw something move between the trees to my left. It was quick, just a flicker of motion, like someone had stepped behind one of the wider trunks. I stared hard but saw nothing else. I waited a minute longer, then told myself it was a deer or even just the wind messing with branches. I went inside and locked the door, which I hadn't done the night before. Later that night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. needing the toilet. I got up, used the bathroom, and washed my hands. While drying them, I looked into the mirror and noticed the smallest sound. Just a creak, almost like the weight of a foot on old wooden planks. I froze. The cabin did make noise sometimes, settling or cooling off from the day's heat, but this felt different. It was too soft to be wind, too slow to be a falling branch. I walked slowly to the front window and peeked out through the narrow glass. Nothing, just darkness and my own reflection. I waited a minute, then climbed back into bed, but I didn't fall asleep for a long time. The third morning felt heavy. I don't mean the air or the weather, just the mood. The inside of the cabin felt colder even though the fire was going. I noticed that one of the logs from the pile outside had rolled away from the stack. I didn't remember it being like that, but I also wasn't sure. I picked it up and brought it inside anyway. I spent most of that day inside reading and writing in a notebook. I didn't feel like hiking again. I thought about heading back early, but it felt silly. I had 2 nights left, and it wasn't like anything had actually happened. I chalked it up to being alone in a quiet place. Silence can mess with your head after all the city noise. It wasn't until that night that I saw her. It was late, around 11 p.m. I was in bed, not quite asleep, when I heard a tap, very soft. I thought maybe something fell in the kitchen. Then it came again.
Top, top,
Pause, then tap.
top, top.
It was coming from the window beside the bed. I sat up slowly, heart already racing. The curtains were closed. I held my breath and listened. Another pause, then one more single tap. I got out of bed, moved slowly to the side of the window, and gently pulled the curtain open just a crack. At first, I saw nothing but blackness. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw the faint shape of a face. Pale, unmoving, barely lit by the faint moonlight that had broken through the clouds. The face was thin, the hair messy and long, and the eyes were wide open. She wasn't moving, just standing inches from the glass, staring into the window. I let go of the curtain and stepped back. My chest was tight, my breath caught. I didn't move for maybe a full minute. When I finally looked again, she was gone. Nothing but trees and dark. I stood there for a long time. I didn't know what to do. I checked the lock on the front door, then the back. Both were solid. I turned off all the lights and sat on the floor with my back against the wall, facing the front of the cabin, listening for any sound. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I went outside the cabin and looked around. My boots were wet from the dew on the grass, but I forced myself to walk the perimeter. I found prints in the soft dirt below the bedroom window. bare feet. The prints were thin and narrow. The ground had kept them clearly. They came from the tree line, stood beneath the window, and then turned back toward the forest. I packed up most of my things, threw them in the boot of the car, and debated driving out. But something in me didn't want to leave in a panic. I kept telling myself it was probably some local messing around. Maybe a lost hiker. Maybe someone just off their meds. I hated that thought, but it was better than thinking she was dangerous. I decided I'd stay one last night, but I kept the axe for splitting firewood close, and I didn't open the blinds at all that evening. Around 6 p.m., I heard something in the woods. Not directly near the cabin, but not far either. Crunching steps. Deliberate. I looked out from the front window in the main room. Nothing, but the noise didn't stop. Circled, slow and steady. It sounded like someone was walking around the cabin's outer edge, taking their time. I waited. The steps paused. Then I heard them behind the cabin. Then silence. The quiet after was almost worse. I stayed near the window until it was completely dark. No more steps. I tried to eat something, but I couldn't get it down. I didn't go to bed. I sat in the living room with all the lights off, only the fire still going. I didn't want to move or draw attention. I kept that axe close, my back to the wall, my eyes on the front door. It was about 2 a.m. when I heard the sound again. This time it wasn't tapping. It was scratching, the slow kind like fingernails against wood. I held my breath. It was coming from the front door. Scratch, scratch, then nothing, then again scratch. I didn't go to the door. I didn't open the curtain. I just sat there, frozen. After a few minutes, the scratching stopped. Then heavy silence again. When light finally started to creep in around 6 a.m., I opened the curtain and looked out. Nothing was there. No sign of her. But when I opened the front door, I saw 3 long marks down the center of it. They were narrow and shallow, like fingernails had dragged along it over and over. That was it for me. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I threw the last of my stuff in the car, locked the cabin, and drove away without breakfast. The gravel cracked under my tires like it was cheering for me. I didn't look in the mirrors. I didn't stop until I hit the first main road and saw another car pass me going the other way. I didn't report it. I didn't tell anyone for weeks. What would I even say? I don't know who she was. I don't know what she wanted. I just know she was real and she was there. No ghost, no hallucination. Just a woman in the woods who watched me, waited, and came back. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if I had opened that window, if I had left the door unlocked, if I had fallen asleep again. I never rented a cabin after that. I never will. I still have nightmares sometimes, not of her face exactly, but of those long, slow taps at the window in the middle of nowhere. I was 34 when it happened. This was back in the summer of 2016. I had taken some time off from work, burnout mostly. I was working in a construction planning office in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and had been juggling deadlines and budget meetings for months without any real break. My doctor said I needed time alone, away from the noise, something quiet to reset. So I rented a small cabin out in northern Arkansas, about 40 minutes outside of a town called Harrison. The listing said it was once used as a hunting lodge in the 1980s, now refurbished for weekend escapes. It was backed up against a wooded ridge behind an old limestone quarry that had been abandoned years ago. The place was cheap, almost too cheap, but I liked the look of it. Just a single-floor wooden cabin with a wraparound porch, a little fire pit in the front, and thick woods stretching out behind it. No neighbors, no traffic. I was told by the owner that there was no cell reception out there, but the place had power, running water from a well, and gas for cooking. That was enough for me. I drove up on a Thursday afternoon. It was warm, not blistering hot like back home, and the air smelled cleaner. The drive had been mostly smooth, but the last couple miles were all narrow gravel road with long curves and sharp turns. I had to slow to almost a crawl in some spots. By the time I pulled into the clearing and saw the cabin, the sun was already beginning to lower past the trees, throwing long shadows across the gravel. The cabin looked even smaller in person, but it was clean. The windows were clear, the door looked newly painted, and the wood siding had a kind of sun-faded charm to it. I unpacked slowly, just one duffel bag, a cooler with food, a hunting knife I brought just for peace of mind, and a few books. The porch had a rocking chair, and that's where I sat for the first hour, watching the trees and listening to the breeze. I went to bed early that night. I didn't even eat dinner, just drank a bottle of water and fell asleep to the hum of crickets and frogs outside the screened window. The first full day was peaceful. I woke up at sunrise, made some eggs on the little propane stove, and then hiked around the nearby woods. The trees out there were dense, with thick underbrush and scattered limestone rocks that stuck up like old bones. I came across what looked like an old game trail about half a mile from the cabin and followed it for a bit. There were broken branches and dry leaves, but nothing alarming. A few times I spotted deer tracks, but they looked old. When I got back to the cabin, I found a strange thing sitting on the porch railing. It was a rock, just a small piece of smooth, gray limestone. At first, I figured maybe I had kicked it earlier and it landed there, but that didn't make much sense. It was sitting too neatly, right in the middle of the wooden railing, balanced like someone had placed it there on purpose. I didn't think much of it, just tossed it back into the woods and went inside. That night, I cooked some beans and sausage, read a few chapters from a novel, and went to bed a little after dark. I slept okay, but woke up at some point during the night. It was dead silent. No crickets, no wind, just stillness. I don't know what woke me. Maybe a dream, maybe nothing. I lay there, listening, waiting for something to break the silence. After a few minutes, I drifted back off. The next morning, there was another rock, this time on the step leading to the porch. Same size, same color. I felt a little weird, but told myself it could be animals. Maybe raccoons had dragged it up. Maybe wind, though there hadn't been any wind. I walked around the cabin slowly, checked behind it, even scanned the tree line. There wasn't anything or anyone. The woods looked like they always did, still and dense. I pushed the weird feeling down and tried to get on with my day. But I didn't hike that day. I stayed close to the cabin, cleaning it up a bit, organizing the little shelves, res-tacking some firewood, just keeping my hands busy. By that night, the quiet didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt heavy, like the stillness had weight to it. I kept the porch light on even though it was just a single bulb that barely lit the railing. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting to see something standing out there. Nothing ever was. Then around midnight, I heard a sound. It was faint, but it was definitely footsteps on the gravel outside. Slow, like someone walking in boots. The sound stopped just below my window, near the side of the cabin. I froze in bed, heart thudding. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, waiting. After a while, the footsteps didn't come back. There was no knock, no voice, no light, just nothing. I eventually got out of bed, slowly, and looked out the window through a gap in the curtain. But I couldn't see anything, just the yard lit faintly by the moon. The next morning, I found boot prints in the gravel. They came in from the road, circled around the side of the cabin, then went back the way they came. They weren't mine. The tread was different. Vida deepa. Someone had come up to the cabin in the night. I felt a tightness in my chest. I couldn't call anyone. No signal. No internet. I thought about leaving, but something in me didn't want to let this place chase me away. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was stupidity. I don't know. I decided to stay just one more night, but I brought the hunting knife to bed with me. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me sit up. I thought I heard movement outside again, maybe once or twice, but nothing loud. Then, just before dawn, I dozed off. When I woke up, the front door was cracked open. I know I locked it the night before. I remember checking it twice. My bag was still there. Nothing was missing, but there was something left inside. Another rock. This one was sitting on the kitchen counter. Same size, same shape. That's when I knew I had to leave. I packed my things as fast as I could. Barely ate, didn't even change clothes. I got in the car and started down the gravel road, but about a mile from the cabin, I saw something in the middle of the path. It was a small pile of rocks, 5 or 6 of them, stacked one on top of the other. It was like a marker. I got out, kicked them aside, and drove through. My hands were sweating so bad I could barely grip the wheel. When I got back to town, I called the sheriff's office and reported what happened. I told them someone had been coming around the cabin at night, leaving things, possibly entered it. They sent someone out, but a few days later I got a call saying they didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, no boot prints, no piles of rocks. Just an empty cabin. I didn't go back. I didn't ask for a refund. I just wanted to forget about it. But sometimes when I'm alone, especially at night, I think about the person who walked around that cabin, about the rocks, and about how quiet the woods had become. Not silent from nature, but silent like something was watching and waiting. I moved out of Oklahoma the next year, started fresh in Colorado. I still hike, still camp, but I don't go to remote places alone anymore. And I always check the ground around my tent or cabin, because if I see even one rock where it doesn't belong, I'm leaving right away. I'm Jordan, 29 years old, and I work as a freelance photographer. In late October of 2023, I decided to take a short solo trip to a remote part of northern Vermont to capture some autumn scenery before the leaves fully dropped. The idea was simple: find a quiet spot away from the crowds, set up my camera, and spend a couple of days alone with nature. I didn't plan for anything scary or weird, just a peaceful weekend in the woods. But what happened still sticks with me. I drove up early Friday morning, leaving the city behind and following a narrow 2-lane highway that wound through dense forests and small towns that looked like they'd barely changed in 50 years. The further north I went, the quieter the road became. Eventually, the pavement gave way to a gravel track that led deeper into the woods. My GPS showed a small dot labeled Bear Creek Cabin, an old, abandoned place I had read about in a local blog dedicated to forgotten spots. The blog had a few photos of the cabin's weathered exterior and said it was near a shallow creek running through the forest. When I arrived, the sun was low, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin was exactly as described: small, rough, and clearly unused for a long time. It leaned slightly to one side, the wood warped and darkened by years of weather. The windows were either missing or covered in grime, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. The roof sagged, and some shingles had fallen away, exposing the wooden beams beneath. Despite the state of decay, the place still held a strange charm. It felt like a frozen piece of history in the middle of the wilderness. I parked my car beside the old dirt road and grabbed my backpack and camera gear. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp leaves and pine. I took a few photos of the cabin from different angles, trying to capture the way the light hit the weathered wood. Then I decided to explore inside. The door was partially ajar, hanging crooked on rusty hinges. Creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was dark, smelling of mold, wood rot, and something else: stale, old dust mixed with damp earth. The floorboards were uneven and covered with a thin layer of dirt and leaves that had blown in through broken windows. The interior was small, maybe 15 by 20 feet, with a stone fireplace on one wall and a few broken pieces of furniture scattered around. I turned on my flashlight and looked around carefully. The fireplace was cold and empty, but the ashes inside suggested it had been used not too long ago. Old newspapers, yellowed and torn, lay scattered on the floor. Most were from the late 1970s, but a few dated back to the early 2000s. There were some rusted cans and glass bottles near the corner, likely left by someone who had stayed here briefly at some point. As I moved deeper inside, my boots stirred up dust that floated in the beam of my flashlight. I noticed scratches on the wooden walls, some deep and jagged, others faint. I touched the wood, feeling the rough grain under my fingertips, imagining the hands that had built this place decades ago. I thought about the people who had lived or stayed here, maybe hunters, loggers, or just folks wanting a quiet hideout. After a while, I set up my tripod and camera near the window to catch the fading light filtering through the broken glass. The forest outside was turning dark, and the temperature dropped quickly. I hadn't expected how cold it would get once the sun went down. I sat on the floor near the fireplace, unpacking my small stove and some food. The plan was to stay overnight, so I had packed some essentials: a sleeping bag, extra clothes, a first aid kit, and a small supply of canned food and water. I started to heat some water for coffee and tried to relax. The silence was deep here, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird calls. As darkness fully settled, I lit a small lantern and placed it on the floor. The cabin's walls seemed to close in, shadows stretching and twisting. The wooden floor groaned beneath me now and then, as if settling, or maybe stirred by some unseen animal outside. I didn't feel afraid, exactly, but the atmosphere was heavy and strange. Later, when I was ready to sleep, I laid out my sleeping bag near the fireplace and zipped myself in. I kept the lantern low but still glowing. Outside, the wind picked up and made the trees sway, their branches tapping against the cabin's walls like quiet knocks. I listened, alert but telling myself it was normal forest sounds. At some point in the night, I woke up abruptly. The lantern had gone out, smothered by a sudden gust of air that came through the cracked window. The cabin was plunged into near darkness, save for a faint silver glow from the moon outside. My heart beat faster as I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands trembling in the cold air. Then I heard it, a noise, soft but clear, coming from just beyond the cabin wall. At first, I thought it might be an animal, a raccoon, or a deer brushing past the trees. But the sound was different, like slow, deliberate footsteps on dry leaves, crunching and dragging. I froze, listening. The steps stopped near the side of the cabin, where the old wood was rotten and cracked. For a moment, everything was silent except my own breathing. Then, a faint scraping sound started. Something was rubbing or scratching against the wood, slow and steady. I wanted to call out, but no words came. My mind raced, thinking about what it could be. A hunter? A lost hiker? Someone else camping nearby? But no other vehicles or lights were visible. And if it were an animal, why would it make that strange scraping noise? I grabbed my flashlight and shone it towards the window. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on the trees just outside. Nothing moved. I moved slowly to the door, ready to open it, but stopped. What if whoever was there wasn't friendly? What if it was someone looking for trouble? The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by silence that felt even louder. I sat back down, keeping the flashlight close and waiting. Time passed, each minute stretching longer than the last. The wind outside seemed to die down, and the forest grew unnervingly still. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped my sleeping bag and stood up, feeling stiff and cold. The sky outside was pale and gray, clouds thickening with the promise of rain. I decided I wasn't going to stay another night. Before leaving, I took one last look around the cabin. The scratches on the walls caught my eye again. This time, I saw they weren't random. They looked like letters, initials maybe, carved deep into the wood over time. Some looked fresh, with sharper edges and lighter color. I wondered if someone had been here recently, maybe not long before me. As I walked back to my car, the gravel crunching underfoot, I kept looking over my shoulder. The forest felt less peaceful now, heavy with the unknown. I didn't tell anyone about the noises or the scratches. It seemed pointless. Who would believe me? And maybe it was nothing, just the forest playing tricks on my mind. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear those slow, scraping sounds, as if something or someone was watching just outside that old cabin. I left Vermont a few hours later, heading back to the city. The photos I took turned out well, but I never went back to that cabin or anywhere near Bear Creek again. The experience stuck with me, a quiet reminder that some places, no matter how peaceful they seem, hold secrets best left alone. I wasn't planning to ever go back to the cabin. Not after everything that happened between me and Ava. We had bought that place when we were still trying to make it work, back in 2011 before the divorce. It was just over the Idaho border, nestled in the pines east of Grangeville, near a barely named stream that barely showed up on the maps. We called it ours, even though it always felt like hers. After the divorce in 2017, I never saw it again. She kept the place in the settlement. I didn't argue. I didn't want to. Then Ava died last fall. A car wreck near Spokane. I wasn't invited to the funeral. Her sister informed me over email, flat and businesslike. "You should know," she wrote. That was it. A few weeks later, a lawyer contacted me. Apparently, she had never updated her will. The cabin came back to me, just like that. I ignored it at first, let the letter sit on my kitchen counter until I couldn't look at it anymore. Then one cold weekend in early November, I packed up my truck and drove north. I told myself it would just be a quick visit. See the place, maybe clean it up a little, make sure it wasn't falling apart. Maybe list it for sale in the spring. I had no reason to stay longer than a day or two. The drive up was long and gray. Clouds hung low and heavy. The two-lane road winding through the pines felt even more remote than I remembered. The last 20 miles were gravel and potholes, with barely any cell reception. The truck shuddered as I climbed the last hill, and there it was, still standing, tucked between trees like it had been waiting. It was just like I remembered it. A simple one-story structure, pine siding darkened with weather, the tin roof streaked with rust, and the porch steps slightly warped. There was moss on the edges of the deck. The small glass window in the front door still had the sticker I put there 12 years ago. It was a faded outline of a trout. I don't even fish. The air was cold and still. No snow yet, but the smell of it was in the wind. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was exactly how we had left it, like some frozen snapshot. The old couch, the tiny wood stove, the scratched-up kitchen table with a chair missing a leg. The picture frame of the Selway River still hung crooked above the stone fireplace. I stood there for a long time, not moving, listening to the quiet press in around me. Everything smelled faintly of mildew and dust, but it wasn't as bad as I expected. I turned on the faucet in the kitchen, dry. I found the breaker panel and flipped the switches. The power kicked in barely. One of the overhead bulbs flickered weakly. The other didn't turn on at all. The well pump groaned once and sputtered to life. After a few moments, water started to flow, thin and yellow for a minute, then clear. I dropped my bag in the back bedroom and walked the perimeter outside. No signs of animals getting in. A couple of squirrels had nested in the eaves. The shed out back was still locked. I had the key on a ring I hadn't touched in years. Inside were some old tools, a plastic canoe with a hole in the side, and a rusted gas can. By the time I got back inside, the wind had picked up. Dried pine needles rattled across the roof. I got a small fire going in the wood stove using the chopped logs still stacked beside it. Most were half rotted. The warmth spread slow, but steady. I made myself a cup of coffee with water from the well and a camping stove I'd brought. I sat at the table, drinking in the silence. The first night was quiet. I barely slept. My thoughts kept drifting, looping back to Ava. Her laugh, her temper, the fights, the way she'd sit in this exact room, barefoot and wrapped in an old flannel blanket, reading by the window. I felt like I could still see her if I turned fast enough. The second day, I started cleaning, took out old food containers, wiped down every surface, found a dead mouse under the sink, bagged up whatever clothes she had left behind and stuffed them in garbage bags. I paused when I found her notebook on the nightstand. She used to write little things in it, grocery lists, quotes, sometimes things she was too scared to say out loud. I didn't open it. I placed it back gently. That afternoon, I hiked the ridge behind the cabin. The trees were bare and stiff. I followed an old deer trail to the top, where the view opened up. I could see miles of forest stretching out in every direction. Smoke curled from my chimney. It felt like I was the only person for 20 miles. Coming back down, I noticed something odd. Footprints. Not mine. Fresh ones, pressed into a patch of soft earth near the edge of the trail. They looked recent. Too big to be Ava's old ones. Too narrow to be mine. My chest tightened. I followed them for a few yards, but they disappeared into dry leaves. Back at the cabin, I checked the doors and windows. Locked. Nothing seemed disturbed. Still, I slept uneasy that night. I thought I heard something around 2 a.m., a sharp crunch of branches. I got up and looked out the window. Nothing, just trees swaying in the wind. The third morning, I found the porch door unlatched. I had locked it. I was sure of it. I walked the property again, saw nothing out of place, but my nerves were tight. I told myself it was animals, maybe a raccoon, maybe I just forgot, but I didn't believe that. I loaded up more trash bags into the truck. I didn't want to stay another night. I was starting to feel watched, like the woods had eyes. I decided to check the shed again before leaving. It hadn't felt right the first time I went in. The back corner was darker than the rest, the wood damp from a small leak in the roof. I moved some crates and froze. In the corner, wedged between the wall and an overturned lawn chair, was a sleeping bag. A recent one, blue synthetic with a tear at the seam. Beside it, an empty can of beans, a plastic fork, and a half-burned candle. Someone had been staying here. I backed out of the shed, heart pounding. I scanned the treeline. Nothing moved, but my gut screamed. I went inside the cabin, locked the doors, pulled the blinds. I sat there for hours, gripping a heavy flashlight like a weapon. Just before dusk, I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. Slow, deliberate. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. I didn't move. I sat in the dark. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't say anything. I just heard the footsteps fade, one by one, back into the trees. I didn't sleep that night, just waited. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. At first light, I packed everything, got in the truck, and drove. Didn't look back. Didn't stop until I hit a gas station near Lewiston. When I told the county sheriff later that week, he barely raised an eyebrow. People live in those woods, he said. Sometimes they pick cabins when they're empty. I asked him if they'd investigate. He said he'd send someone up there. I never followed up. I sold the cabin that spring. Whoever had been staying there probably moved on. Or maybe they're still out there. Either way, I didn't want to know. Sometimes, I still see Ava in my dreams. Sometimes she's there in the cabin, looking out the window, and sometimes she turns to me and smiles like she used to, back when we were still trying. But then I remember the footsteps, and that strange silence that settled in just before dark. I'll never go back to that place again. Not because of ghosts, not because of memories, because sometimes people are scarier than anything your mind can make up. And some places, no matter how familiar, are better left alone. I was 34 when it happened, and even now, almost 3 years later, I still think about it every time I hear branches snap outside my window. My name's Matt, and I live in North Carolina. Back in the fall of 2022, I decided to take a week off from everything. Work, my phone, people, and head into the woods with my dog, Toby. Toby was a 5-year-old golden retriever with way more energy than I ever had. Loyal, obedient, always by my side. I figured if I was going to unplug for a while and just breathe, he was the best company I could ask for. I found a rental cabin up in the western part of the state, near the edge of the Nantahala National Forest. It wasn't fancy or big, just a one-room wooden structure with a wood stove, a narrow bed, a small kitchenette, and a screened-in porch. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no distractions. I'd been dealing with a lot that year. Burnout, a breakup, and the feeling that time was moving way too fast. I didn't go out there expecting anything crazy. I just wanted quiet, maybe hike a bit, maybe read some old paperback books I brought along. I figured I'd fish, cook over the fire, and just relax. But that trip changed how I see things. I don't camp alone anymore. The first 2 days were perfect. Crisp air, leaves starting to turn red and gold. Long walks with Toby through the trails behind the cabin. We'd get up early, make coffee, and head out for hours, only turning back when the sun dipped low behind the trees. I kept my .38 in my backpack, not because I expected trouble, but because it felt like the smart thing to do. You never know when you'll run into a bear or something worse. I barely thought about it. On the third night, things started to feel off. We'd gone for a hike that afternoon deeper into the forest than I had before. Toby was on alert the whole time, stopping now and then, ears twitching, eyes focused ahead. He didn't bark, but he kept looking at the same direction, northwest, up into a thicker part of the woods where the trees grew tighter together and the light barely got through. I chalked it up to maybe deer or another hiker, even though we hadn't seen a single person since we'd arrived. When we got back to the cabin around sunset, I fed Toby and made myself a simple dinner: beans, sausage, and some rice I cooked over the stove. I ate out on the porch. It was peaceful, quiet, too quiet, the kind of silence that almost has a sound of its own. Toby didn't eat much that night, which was weird. He kept pacing near the door, sniffing the air, tail stiff. I opened the door a few times, thinking he needed to pee, but he wouldn't go far from the steps. Eventually, I brought him in and locked the door behind us. I pushed a chair under the knob too, just in case. That cabin was old and the door latch didn't feel all that secure. I lay in bed that night with Toby curled up by my feet. I'd left the window cracked for fresh air, but sometime past midnight, I woke up to the sound of crunching leaves outside. Slow, steady steps. Not an animal. You can tell the difference when you've been in the woods enough. Animals are fast or erratic. These steps were slow, measured, human. I didn't move. I just listened. Toby sat up, ears perked.
No growling, no barking.
Just quiet alertness. That was more worrying than if he had barked. His eyes were locked on the window. The footsteps circled the cabin. One full lap, then they stopped. I didn't hear anything for a minute, maybe more. Then a tap on the wall. Just one. Not loud, like a knuckle. Then silence again. I stayed completely still for what felt like forever. I didn't even reach for the gun in my backpack. My breathing was shallow, my heart pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there might hear it. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. My body gave in to exhaustion. Next morning, I searched the perimeter.
No prints.
The ground was covered in thick leaves. I tried to tell myself it had been an animal, maybe even a tree branch falling. But I knew better. Toby sniffed around too, but didn't find anything. Still, he stuck closer to me than usual that day. That afternoon, I debated whether to leave early. I had 4 more days booked, but the idea of spending another night there didn't sit right. I walked down the road toward where I parked my truck, about a quarter mile from the cabin, down a steep hill. It was hidden behind some tall pines and partially covered by a tarp I'd brought. When I got there, everything looked untouched. I popped the hood and checked underneath just to be safe. Nothing strange. I stood there for a while thinking, should I leave? Was I overreacting? I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard anything concrete. I decided to stay one more night, and if anything else weird happened, I'd pack up and leave at first light. That night, I didn't sleep. Toby kept growling low in his throat, never barking, never moving far from the door. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, this time lighter, faster, not circling, approaching. Then a scratch on the door. Not claws, fingernails, just 2 long drags across the wood. I grabbed the gun this time, sat up in bed with it on my lap. I didn't speak. I didn't move toward the window. Toby was standing now, body stiff, staring at the door. Then the sound stopped. Nothing after that. Not a sound. I sat there until the sky began to lighten. At dawn, I opened the door with the gun in my hand. I walked around the cabin. No sign of anyone. But I found something else. 2 deep scratch marks down the wooden door, about chest height, like someone had dragged a knife or a sharp rock. Not enough to break through, but fresh. That was it for me. I packed everything, loaded the truck. I didn't even eat. I wanted to get out of there before the sun got any higher. It took me a while to calm Toby down enough to get him in the back seat. He kept looking over his shoulder toward the trees. When I drove down the narrow dirt road back to the main highway, I checked the rearview mirror constantly. Never saw anyone. No cars. No movement. But the feeling in my gut didn't go away for a long time. Back home, I didn't talk about it for a while. I told people the trip was fine, quiet, nothing much to report. But for weeks afterward, I'd wake up at 2 or 3 a.m., heart racing, thinking I heard that sound again. Fingernails across wood. About a month later, I called the guy who rented me the cabin. He lived a couple hours away, older man, didn't really use email much. I asked him, casually, if anything weird had ever happened up there. He hesitated, said once in a while hikers had gone missing nearby, but the area was big and easy to get lost in. He didn't say much more. A few weeks after that, I saw a news article. A hiker, woman in her 20s, had vanished in that same forest. Her car was found near a trailhead not far from where I'd stayed. No sign of her. That sealed it for me. I've gone camping since then, but never alone, and never without checking the area thoroughly. Toby's older now, not as quick, but he still gets that alert look when something's off. I trust it. I don't know who or what was out there that night, but it was real. Not a ghost, not some fairy tale creature, just a person with bad intentions. Someone who knew I was alone. Someone who didn't knock to say hello, but scratched. That cabin's still up there. I saw it listed again last year on a short-term rental site. Same pictures, same porch. I wondered if anyone else ever felt watched there. I never went back to find out. The air was colder than I expected for early October in Vermont. I pulled my jacket tighter, the wind slicing through the trees like a knife, the leaves rustling with a dry, brittle sound. I had been driving for hours that afternoon, winding my way through narrow, twisting roads surrounded by dense pine forests. I wasn't from around here. I'd only been to Vermont once before, a few years back on a summer trip, but this time I came with a purpose, to get away from the city, from the noise and the stress, and to spend a few days alone at a cabin I'd rented. The cabin was old, built in the late 70s, tucked deep into the woods near a small town called Stowe. It was one of those places you'd drive past a dozen times without noticing. A weathered wooden structure with peeling paint and a sagging porch, sitting at the end of a dirt road that disappeared into the trees. I'd found it online, rented it for a few nights, hoping to escape into silence and solitude. No cell service, no internet, just me and the forest. I parked my car on the gravel driveway, the tires crunching underfoot, and stepped out. The sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The sky was a cold, pale blue, streaked with thin clouds. The smell of pine and wet earth filled my nose, sharp and fresh. I grabbed my backpack and walked up the porch steps, the wood creaking beneath my weight. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, damp wood, and faintly of mothballs. It hadn't been used much lately. The furniture was sparse. A small wooden table, a couple of folding chairs, a rusted metal stove in the corner. The windows were grimy, letting in weak, fading light. I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. No electricity, just as the listing said. I wasn't surprised. I was prepared with flashlights and candles. I set my bag down and took a deep breath. The silence was overwhelming, almost heavy. No cars, no voices, just the faint creaking of the cabin settling and the distant sound of wind through the trees. I liked that about the place. It was peaceful in a way you don't find in the city. I went out back to check the surroundings before dark. The forest behind the cabin was thick and shadowy. I could see deer tracks in the dirt, broken twigs, and a few scattered pine cones. I heard a bird call somewhere far away, a sharp, quick sound. The air was chilly, making my breath visible as I exhaled. After a while, I went back inside, lit a candle, and unpacked a bit. I had brought some canned food, a thermos of coffee, and a book to read. I was planning to spend the night here, then hike the nearby trails during the day. That night, sleep didn't come easily. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest, the rustling branches, the distant howl of a coyote, the scratching of something small outside, kept me awake. I lay on the thin mattress, listening and trying to calm my thoughts. The next morning, I woke early. The pale dawn filtered through the dirty windows. I made coffee on the old stove using the little propane canister I had brought. Outside, the forest was wet from overnight rain, the ground muddy and soft. The smell of wet leaves and earth was stronger now. I decided to explore the area around the cabin before heading to the trail. I grabbed my backpack and flashlight and headed down a faint path leading from the cabin into the woods. The path was narrow and overgrown in parts, but I pushed through, enjoying the quiet. The trees stood tall and close, their trunks covered in moss and lichen. After walking for about 20 minutes, the trail opened into a small clearing. In the center was an old, dilapidated shed, the wood blackened by years of weather, its door hanging loosely on rusted hinges. I was curious and went closer, shining my flashlight inside. It was mostly empty except for some broken tools and a pile of old, rotten wood. I turned back towards the cabin, deciding to come back later for my hike. Later that afternoon, as the sun lowered again, I was back at the cabin. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees noisily. I was about to start dinner when I noticed something odd out the back window. Near the edge of the forest, not far from the clearing with the shed, I saw a shape, something pale lying on the ground. Curiosity pushed me outside again, this time with more caution. I grabbed my flashlight and moved quietly toward the clearing. The closer I got, the clearer it became. It was a person, or at least what was left of one. I stopped, frozen in place, my heart hammering in my chest. The body was sprawled face down on the wet leaves, pale and bloated, with dirt and leaves stuck to the skin. The clothes were torn and dirty. I recognized no one. There was no sign of movement. The smell hit me before I even saw the face. A sickly, sour stench that made my stomach twist. I pulled out my phone to call 911, but there was no signal. The cabin's isolation meant no cell service. I tried again, hoping for a single bar. Nothing. Panic and fear crept in. I realized I had to find help the old-fashioned way. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. I pulled out my map, a physical one I had brought along, and figured the best way was to walk back to the main road and find a town or a phone. But first, I needed to examine the body more closely. I had to be sure this was no accident. The position of the body suggested it had been there a while, maybe days or weeks. The skin was grayish, with patches of insects crawling over it. The clothes were ripped, but there were no obvious signs of trauma like cuts or blood. It looked like the person had died from exposure or illness. I took out my jacket and laid it over the body as a sign of respect. Then, I turned and started walking back towards the cabin, my mind racing. Once inside, I locked the door and sat down, trying to think clearly. I wrote down everything I'd seen, hoping it might help me explain later. I packed my bag quickly, water, food, flashlight, map, and prepared for a long walk. The sun was setting fast now. I left the cabin with a heavy heart, stepping carefully through the wet forest. The darkness fell quickly, and soon I was using my flashlight to navigate. Hours passed. The forest seemed endless. I followed the dirt roads, the path becoming rocky and uneven. My legs ached, and my breath came in short gasps. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw the faint glow of headlights on a distant road. Relief washed over me. I approached the road cautiously and flagged down a passing car. The driver, a middle-aged woman, listened carefully when I explained the situation. She called the police for me. When the authorities arrived, I guided them back to the cabin. They examined the body carefully, taking photos and notes. Later, I learned that the man was a local who had been reported missing weeks ago. He had been living rough in the woods, trying to survive on his own, but hadn't made it. The police thanked me for reporting it. They told me that in such remote places, it wasn't uncommon for people to disappear quietly, but it was rare to find them like that. I stayed for one more night in the cabin, but the silence felt different, heavier, burdened by what I had found. I packed up the next morning and left, the weight of the forest and that forgotten man lingering in my mind. Driving away, I glanced back once more. The cabin disappeared among the trees, quiet and empty, holding its secrets tightly. It was late October of 2019 when I took the seasonal ranger job out near Catoosa Wildlife Management Area in eastern Oklahoma. I was 34 at the time, single, and between more permanent positions. I had been working odd jobs in nearby towns for months and wanted something that would get me away from people for a while. The ranger gig was temporary, just a 3-month post to help out through the late hunting season. It paid just enough and came with a small log cabin near the north edge of the forest. The idea of peace and quiet in the woods appealed to me more than it probably should have. The cabin was about 8 miles in from the main highway and sat at the end of a narrow gravel road that wound up a low ridge. It was just one room with a separate outhouse, a wood-burning stove, and a propane tank for cooking. No cell signal out there. A shortwave radio was the only way to talk to the station down south, which I checked in with twice a day, once at 6 a.m. and again at 9 p.m. Other than that, I was expected to patrol the surrounding area, monitor any signs of poaching or illegal camping, and make sure the hunters were sticking to regulations. Most days I'd wake up around 5, stoke the stove back to life, and head out on foot or take the ATV if I planned to check the farther trails. There was something deeply satisfying about walking those frost-covered woods in the early morning. The world felt still and clean. You could hear everything. The smallest rustle, the distant call of crows, even the echo of your own footsteps across the dry leaves. For the first few weeks, it was everything I wanted. Some hunters came through and stayed in designated zones, but they didn't bother me. I checked their tags, warned them about open fire rules, and went back to my solitude. Occasionally, I'd come across some trash or signs of people off trail, but it never seemed serious, just locals poking around the edge of the reserve. I logged it, cleaned it up, and moved on. But toward the end of November, things started to change. The first thing I noticed was a cut fence on the eastern boundary of the management area. It was a simple wire fence that marked where private farmland gave way to public land. Someone had used wire cutters and snipped clean through 3 sections, folding it back just wide enough for a truck or ATV to pass through. I fixed it up with some spare wire I carried in the ranger shed and made a note in the report book. I figured it was just kids or hunters trying to save a few miles of walking. Then, about a week later, I found a dead deer hanging from a tree about 5 miles northeast of the cabin. At first, I assumed a hunter had field dressed it and left it hanging overnight, though that's not common. But when I looked closer, the cuts didn't look clean. The skin had been torn in jagged lines, not sliced, and the hindquarters were hacked in a rough, messy way like someone had used a dull blade or was in a rush. The oddest part was that the organs were gone, but the meat had mostly been left behind. It didn't make sense. Whoever killed it wasn't after the meat. Maybe it was for the trophy, but there was no head either. I noted it, took some pictures with the small digital camera they gave us, and marked the location on my paper map. The radio wasn't working well that night, static on every frequency, so I waited until morning to call it in. The following weekend, I saw tire tracks on a service road that's supposed to be locked off. It runs west of the cabin through a remote part of the woods that's closed to the public due to past landslides. The padlock on the gate had been cut clean off. The tracks led in about 2 miles and then veered off into the trees. I parked my ATV and followed them on foot. After about 20 minutes of slow hiking, I came across a small clearing where someone had made a rough camp. Just a ring of stones for a fire pit and a few beer cans scattered around. The embers were still warm. Whoever it was had left within the last few hours. I didn't see anything that explained the dead deer, but I started to feel uneasy. Something wasn't right out there. These weren't just careless hunters or teenagers. The remoteness of the spot, the fresh signs, the cut lock, it felt deliberate. That night back at the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been nearby. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see any lights, but I kept waking up, listening. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I looked through the window, there was nothing. Just frost on the ground and the faint glint of moonlight on the trees. I started locking the cabin door at night, even though there was no real point. The door was just old pine with a simple bolt. If someone wanted in, they'd get in. I also started leaving the oil lamp on low overnight. A few days later, on one of my longer patrols, I found something that really shook me. About 6 miles northwest, near a bend in a dry creek, there was an old hunting blind up in a tree. It wasn't part of the official structures we maintained. It looked like something someone had built years ago and forgotten. I almost walked past it until I caught the glint of something metallic reflecting in the sun. I climbed up slowly, the wood creaking under my boots. Inside, there were 3 things: a pair of old binoculars, a rusted thermos, and a journal. The journal was water-damaged but readable. Most of the entries were from early 2018, from someone named EL. No full name. The writing was messy, but legible. The early pages talked about game trails and tracking patterns. But as I flipped through, the tone changed. By mid-entries, it was full of rants about being watched and strangers moving at night. One sentence was circled several times. They come in pairs. One always watches. Another page had just 2 words written over and over. Don't sleep. I packed the journal and brought it back to the cabin. I didn't know whether to laugh it off or take it seriously. Some paranoid hunter with a little too much isolation. Maybe, but it added up in the wrong way with the things I'd seen: the deer, the tire tracks, the campfire. The last straw came in early December. I was returning from a 2-day loop checking backcountry cameras when I saw smoke in the trees about half a mile from the cabin. I stopped the ATV and moved in on foot, slow and quiet. The smoke was coming from a small lean-to made of pine branches and a blue tarp. It wasn't there 2 days before. I watched from a distance for several minutes. No movement, but I saw a bundle of bones next to the fire pit. Some kind of small animal that had been roasted over the coals. There was also a plastic bag half buried in the dirt behind the shelter. I moved in and pulled it out with my gloves. Inside were more bones, blood-stained rags, and a large hunting knife. The blade was old, but sharp, and had what looked like homemade carvings on the handle. Triangles, lines, not letters, just markings. I left everything in place, went back to the cabin, and called it in on the shortwave. They sent 2 officers up the next morning. We hiked back to the lean-to, but it was gone. The fire pit was cold and stomped out.
No bag. No bones.
Even the blue tarp was missing. All that was left were boot prints and 1 chicken bone half buried in the ash. The officers took my statement, looked over the area, and told me to keep my eyes open. They didn't seem particularly concerned, but I could tell they didn't like it either. After that, I didn't sleep right for the rest of the job. I heard things at night, branches cracking underfoot, rustling near the cabin, the occasional thump against the walls. I never saw anyone, never caught a clear glimpse, but I started keeping the shotgun nearby and slept in my clothes, boots on, ready. On my final night in the cabin, the wind was high. I had just finished packing my bags and planned to head out early. Around midnight, I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I held my breath and didn't move. Then a low creak, the floorboard just outside the door. I waited for a knock. Nothing came. I finally leaned forward and looked through the corner of the window. Just trees. Just blackness. At first light, I loaded up the ATV and got the hell out of there. Didn't stop. Didn't eat. Just rode straight to the main station. When I turned in the keys, I didn't look back. They offered to extend my post. Said they could use someone with a calm head during the winter months. I told them no thanks. To this day, I don't know who was out there. Could have been illegal hunters. Could have been some off-grid folks living in the brush. Or something else. Something worse, but still human. What scared me most wasn't the things I saw. It was the feeling that someone was always watching. Always just out of sight. Always close. I still go into the woods. Still hike and camp when I can. But I never do it alone anymore. And I never ignore that feeling when something seems wrong. Out there, the silence doesn't mean safety. It just means you haven't been found yet. I was 27 when I finally went back to my grandma's old cabin. It sat deep in the woods near Mill Creek, a small town in northern Wisconsin, where my grandma, Ruth, had lived for most of her life. She passed away 2 years earlier in 2021, and I hadn't been back since the funeral. I used to visit her every summer when I was a kid, but after she got sick, I stopped coming. This time, I was alone and didn't plan to stay long. Just a weekend, maybe 2 days, to sort out some things and close that chapter for good. The road to the cabin was rough. Narrow dirt, full of ruts and loose stones, twisting through thick pine trees. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked almost the same as I remembered. Weathered wood, faded green paint peeling off in places, a stone chimney on one side. The windows were dark, some cracked. A few rusty old tools hung on the porch. The smell of pine and wet earth hit me right away, mixed with a faint mustiness that told me no one had been here in a while. I parked the car at the end of the driveway and got out. It was late afternoon, the sun low and weak behind thick clouds. A chill ran through the air. I had brought a small backpack with a few things: a flashlight, some canned food, water, a blanket, and a journal. No internet, no phone signal. Just me and the cabin. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and old wood smell. A few rays of light spilled through the windows, landing on a rough wooden floor covered in dirt and leaves. The cabin was small, just one main room with a kitchen corner, a small wood stove, and a door that led to a tiny bedroom and bathroom. I switched on my flashlight and walked inside slowly. I noticed the old furniture still there: a rickety table, 2 chairs, a faded quilt folded on the bed. On the kitchen counter, there was an old coffee pot, a couple of rusty cans, and a stack of yellowed newspapers from months ago. The place felt frozen in time. My plan was simple: stay the night, sort through some boxes, and leave early the next day. But after I set up my sleeping spot in the bedroom, I decided to explore the land around the cabin before dark. I walked past the porch, stepping carefully on the loose wooden boards, then followed a narrow trail that led downhill to Mill Creek itself. The creek wasn't much, just a thin ribbon of water cutting through the dense forest. The sound of flowing water was quiet but steady. I crouched by the edge and watched a few small fish swim in the shallow pools. The air was cool and fresh here, but I noticed something odd. A few broken branches, some footprints in the soft mud. Not animal tracks, at least not entirely. The prints looked like human boots, maybe recent, but they headed deeper into the forest. I stood up and looked around. The trees were thick, casting long shadows in the fading light. The forest was dense here, the kind of place where you could easily lose your way. I didn't like the feeling that someone might have been nearby, but I told myself it was probably just hunters or locals. As I headed back toward the cabin, the sun dipped lower. A gray fog began creeping between the trees, swallowing the path behind me. By the time I reached the porch, it was nearly dark. I locked the door behind me and pulled the curtains closed, hoping to feel safer inside. That night, the cabin felt colder than I expected. The thin walls let in every creak and rustle of the forest. The wind moaned softly, shaking the window panes. I kept the flashlight close and made sure the door was locked tight. Around midnight, I woke up to a noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard something more deliberate. A crunching step on dry leaves, slow and heavy. I froze. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. I lay still, listening. The noise stopped for a moment, then started again, moving slowly around the cabin. I didn't dare open the door or look out the window. Instead, I grabbed my phone to check the time and signal, but as I expected, there was none. No way to call anyone. I thought about leaving, but the darkness outside and the forest all around made it seem dangerous. The sounds circled the cabin for nearly an hour. Sometimes footsteps, sometimes the snapping of twigs, and once I thought I heard a soft whisper, but that might have been my imagination. I stayed awake the whole time, barely breathing, waiting for dawn. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. The sun filtered weakly through the trees, and the forest was silent again. I opened the door carefully and stepped outside, scanning the area. On the porch, I found something that hadn't been there before. A small, crudely made pile of rocks and sticks. It looked like some kind of marker, but I couldn't tell why it was there or who put it. I felt a shiver run down my spine but kept my composure. I decided to pack quickly and leave the cabin behind for good. As I gathered my things, I noticed the footprints I saw the day before were still around, but now they formed a clear path leading toward the main road, not deeper into the forest. I followed the trail to see where it ended. The path was rough and overgrown but easy to follow. After about 20 minutes, I reached an old, abandoned hunting shack. It looked like no one had been here in years. Boarded windows, broken door, a rusted sign hanging loosely from one hinge. I searched around the shack and found some old cans of food, a discarded lighter, and an empty bottle. Then I noticed something more troubling. A fresh pile of clothes and a worn-out backpack near the shack's side. Someone had been living here recently, maybe hiding out. A cold feeling settled in my gut. The footprints I'd seen weren't just from a hunter or local. They belonged to someone who might still be nearby. I felt exposed and uneasy, alone in the middle of the forest with no way to contact anyone. I hurried back to the car, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I reached the road, I finally got a faint phone signal. I called a friend to tell them where I was and that I was heading back to town. My hands trembled as I started the car and drove away, watching the woods disappear behind me. Later that day, I learned from the local sheriff's office that they'd been searching for a missing person for weeks. A man believed to be living somewhere in those woods. They asked me questions about the cabin and the shack, and I told them everything I saw. They told me to be careful if I ever returned, and that the area was under surveillance now. The feeling of unease stayed with me for days, but I was glad I had gone back. Closing that chapter wasn't easy, but I left knowing the cabin was just an old house in the woods. No ghosts, no fantasies, just real dangers hidden in the forest silence. In the end, the cabin wasn't scary because of the past or some ghost story. It was scary because of what might still be out there, hidden, watching, and that was enough for me to never go back alone. I never planned to stay in that cabin for more than a weekend. It was early October 1997, and I was 27 years old. I had taken a few days off work, wanting a break from my cramped apartment in Denver, Colorado. The city was tiring, the noise, the people rushing by without looking up. I needed quiet. I wanted to breathe fresh air, see some trees, hear the wind without the constant hum of traffic. I had rented a small cabin near Flathead Lake, Montana. The owner was a man named Tom who managed a few properties out there. The place was about an hour outside Kalispell, nestled deep in the woods where the forest grew thick and the roads were just dirt paths. No internet, no cell phone signal, just me and nature. I figured it would be peaceful, and maybe I'd do some hiking, read a book, and just get away from it all. The drive from Denver was long, but I didn't mind. The highway stretched out ahead of me like a ribbon. I remember passing the plains, then the foothills, and finally the pine forests as I climbed into the Rockies. The air got cooler the higher I went. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The cabin was simple, wood walls darkened by age, a stone chimney on one side, a small porch with a creaky rocking chair. The door had a rusty metal latch and a faded welcome mat. Inside, it smelled like pine and wood smoke. There was a small living room with a couch, a wood stove, a tiny kitchen with an old gas stove, and a bedroom with a creaky bed. The windows looked out onto the forest, tall pines stretching into the sky. I unpacked my bag, set my things down, and went outside. The sun was low, casting long shadows between the trees. I could hear the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the occasional chirp of a bird. There was a gravel path leading down toward the lake, but it was hidden behind a thick wall of brush. That first night, I built a fire in the stove, lit some candles, and made myself a cup of instant coffee. The cabin was cold. The heater was just a small electric unit that barely worked. I wrapped myself in a thick blanket, sat on the couch, and stared at the flickering flames in the stove. Outside, the wind picked up. It sounded like it was moving through the trees like a living thing, a low, moaning whistle. I liked that sound. It was the kind of noise that made you feel alive, reminded you that you were just a small part of a much bigger world. I went to bed early, tired from the drive. The mattress was firm, the blankets rough but warm enough. Outside the window, the wind pushed branches against the glass, tapping and scratching. It was natural, nothing to be scared of. I told myself that over and over. I didn't expect to hear footsteps outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was just the wind knocking branches against the walls. But the sounds were too deliberate. Crunch, crunch, crunch on the gravel porch. A soft thud against the door. Then silence. I froze, heart pounding. I didn't have a phone to call anyone, and I was miles from the nearest house. I grabbed the old flashlight I had brought and quietly got out of bed. The cabin was dark except for the dim glow from the stove. I tiptoed to the window and peered outside. Nothing, just the thick trees swaying in the wind, shadows shifting between trunks. No sign of anyone. I checked the locks on the door. The latch was still secure. Maybe an animal, deer or a raccoon, but the steps sounded heavier, like a human. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just the imagination. The woods could play tricks on you, especially alone at night. The wind made strange noises, and the mind filled in the blanks. The next day, I planned a hike. I put on my boots, grabbed my backpack with water and snacks, and took the trail along the lake. The sun was bright and warm. The trees looked friendly in daylight, golden aspens and thick evergreens. I walked for hours, feeling lighter, happier. The lake was clear and cold. I dipped my hand in, watching the ripples spread out. On the way back, I noticed something odd. The path near the cabin had fresh footprints. Big, heavy boots, size way larger than mine. They led right up to the cabin door, then stopped. No prints leading away. My stomach sank. I checked the perimeter of the cabin. Nothing out of place. No broken branches. No marks on the door or windows. Just the footprints in the dirt and gravel. The wind was picking up again, making the trees creak. That evening, I stayed close to the fire stove. I kept the flashlight and a knife on the table beside me. I felt on edge but tried to stay calm. The footsteps returned, louder this time, crunching around the cabin, circling, pausing at the back door. I could hear breathing, heavy, uneven, not animal. Someone was out there. I didn't open the door or make any noise.
He sat frozen, listening.
The sound stopped after a while. The forest was still again. I told myself I would leave in the morning. I barely slept. The night was full of every small noise magnified. The crackling wood stove, the tapping branches, the distant howl of a coyote. I lay awake, heart hammering. In the morning, I packed everything quickly. As I was about to leave, I saw something near the edge of the woods. A small pile of sticks arranged oddly, like a crude marker. I had no idea what it meant. I got into my car and started the engine. The gravel road out was bumpy, but I drove fast, never looking back. The forest seemed darker as I left, the trees closing behind me like a door. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. I told my friends the story, the footsteps, the silence, the marker, but no one believed me. They said maybe it was a hunter or a local playing a prank. Maybe I was just jumpy from being alone. Months later, I read in the local papers about a man who had gone missing near Flathead Lake. A hunter. His boots matched the footprints I found. They never found him. The police thought he got lost or fell. no foul play, but I never forgot those nights in the cabin. The way the footsteps circled, the heavy breathing just outside the door, the feeling of eyes watching through the trees. I don't go near that part of Montana anymore. I didn't expect it to get so cold that October weekend in northern Minnesota. The plan was simple: get away from the city for a few days, clear my head, and spend some quiet time in the woods near Lake Vermilion. I've been working nonstop for months and felt drained. My job in Minneapolis was demanding, and the constant noise of the city was wearing me down. So I packed my gear and drove up Friday afternoon, the sun dipping low in the sky as I passed dense pine forests and narrow, winding roads. The cabin itself was a small, weathered one tucked away on a ridge overlooking the lake. It belonged to my uncle's old friend, who let me use it while he was out of town. No electricity, no internet, just a wood stove, a bed, and a small kitchen. The kind of place you'd expect to see in a fishing magazine, all rustic charm but with a deep sense of quiet loneliness. Exactly what I wanted. Pulling up to the dirt driveway, I noticed the gravel crunch under my tires, the only sound in the still air. The forest around was dense and silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the sharp cry of a hawk somewhere overhead. The trees, mostly spruce and pine, were dressed in early autumn colors, but there was a chill in the wind that promised winter wasn't far off. I grabbed my bags and locked the car. The cabin door creaked open, and the faint smell of wood smoke mixed with damp earth welcomed me inside. Dust coated the windows, and cobwebs clung to the corners, but everything seemed in order. I stacked some firewood near the stove and opened the small cooler I'd brought with food and water. The plan was to stay 3 nights. No phones, no distractions, just silence and the forest. That first night, the fire crackled warmly, and the cabin felt cozy despite the cold outside. I made a simple dinner of canned chili warmed over the stove and sipped lukewarm coffee from a chipped mug. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, bending the branches and tossing dry leaves across the porch. I was tired but content. The kind of tired that sinks into your bones and makes you appreciate quiet. I set an alarm for early the next morning to hike down to the lake, then crawled under the threadbare blankets. Sleep came quickly, but it was restless. I woke at odd times, hearing noises outside, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, distant animal calls. The woods here were alive in a way the city never was. I reminded myself it was normal. Raccoons, deer, maybe a coyote or two. Nothing to be afraid of. Morning light spilled through the curtains, casting long, soft shadows. The air inside the cabin was cold, the fire long dead. I dressed in layers, thermal shirt, heavy jacket, boots, and packed a small backpack with water, a map, and some snacks. The sky was gray and overcast, the kind of day that felt like the world was holding its breath. The hike down to the lake was steeper than I remembered. The trail was narrow and covered in wet leaves, making each step slippery. My boots squelched in the damp earth as I moved carefully. Around me, the forest was quiet except for the occasional drip of water falling from branches. When I reached the lake's edge, the water was still and cold, the surface reflecting the gray sky like a sheet of glass. A few fishing boats lay moored near a rickety dock, bobbing gently. The smell of wet pine needles and moss was strong. I sat on a large rock, watching the water, letting the quiet wash over me. After a while, I headed back up to the cabin. The air was colder now, the wind sharper. I decided to get a fire going again. The wood was dry enough, and soon the room filled with warm orange light and the comforting crackle of flames. That afternoon, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a narrow dirt road nearby, but it looked rarely traveled. The forest was thick, with fallen logs covered in moss and mushrooms. I saw fresh tracks, probably deer, but also noticed something else. Faint tire marks in the mud, too recent to be old. It unsettled me a little, but I told myself it was probably a local hunter or camper passing through. I wasn't worried yet. I took note of the direction they led, away from the cabin and deeper into the woods. By nightfall, the wind had picked up, rattling the cabin's wooden shutters. I sat by the fire, reading a book by flashlight. The silence outside was complete now, broken only by the occasional gust that shook the trees and sent a shiver down my spine. At some point, I heard a faint noise, footsteps, maybe just outside the cabin. My heart jumped. I froze, listening. The noise stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox. But the sound was different, too deliberate, too heavy. I checked the windows. They were closed tight. The door was locked. Still, a feeling of unease settled over me. The second day was colder. A gray mist hung low in the forest, and a fine drizzle fell steadily. I stayed inside most of the morning, keeping the fire alive and eating canned soup. In the afternoon, I went outside to check the perimeter of the cabin. Near the back, I spotted footprints in the mud. They were human, size unknown, but fresh. They led away from the cabin toward the woods. I felt a tight knot in my stomach. Someone had been here, close to the cabin. I thought about leaving, calling it off, but my phone had no signal, and I didn't want to drive back in the rain. Besides, I told myself whoever it was had left. Maybe a lost hiker or another camper. That night, I barely slept. The cabin felt colder, darker. Every noise sounded louder. I kept the fire burning as long as I could, then wrapped myself in the blankets, listening to the wind howl outside. Around midnight, a sharp knock came at the door. I sat bolt upright, heart racing. I told myself it couldn't be. Who would be out here in the middle of the night, knocking on an empty cabin? The knocking came again, louder and more urgent. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the door. Peering through the window, I saw nothing. The porch was empty, but the shadows seemed to move. I wanted to shout, to scare whoever it was away, but my voice caught in my throat. The knocking stopped. Morning never came soon enough. I didn't sleep again, instead watching the cabin's windows, clutching a hunting knife I kept in my backpack. My hands trembled. Around dawn, I heard a vehicle engine outside, gravel crunching under tires. Relief flooded me. Someone was here, maybe a hunter or a ranger. I rushed outside to see a dusty pickup parked near the road. A man stepped out, looking worn but friendly. I explained my situation, and he offered to drive me back to town. On the drive back, he told me about recent reports of break-ins and robberies near the forest. Groups of people had been sneaking into cabins while owners were away, stealing supplies and sometimes worse. He said it wasn't safe to stay alone in places like that anymore. I listened, heart pounding. I realized how lucky I'd been to survive the night. Back in the city, the noise was overwhelming, but I felt a strange peace. I had faced real fear, real danger, and come out alive. The cabin trip was supposed to be a break from everything. Instead, it was a lesson. Nature is beautiful, but it can also hide dangers not from monsters or ghosts, but from people. And sometimes, the scariest thing is knowing someone else is watching you, waiting for the right moment. I never went back to that cabin.